never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. A bipartisan border bill is failing to clear the Senate for a second time in months. The Senate voting 43-50 to tank the bill on Thursday, negotiated in the fall by Democrat and Republican senators. Senate Majority Leader from New York, Chuck Schumer, putting the bill on the floor for a vote after it was blocked in February by Republicans. Tornadoes tore through parts of the Midwest this week, destroying homes and businesses. Iowa Republican Governor Kim Reynolds speaking from Greenfield, Iowa, which was one of the hardest-hit parts in her state.
And in Dare County alone, we had 153 major destroyed homes. Montgomery had 8, Polk County 26, Story County 15, for a total of 202. So, we've had a lot of destruction and damage across the state.
At least 5 people died in the storm and several others were hurt. Those numbers are expected to grow. President Biden is speaking alongside the president of Kenya following a meeting where leaders discuss the economy, technology, climate security, and more. President Biden saying that the United States and Kenya are tightening their economic relationship.
Today we're launching what we're calling the Nairobi, Washington Vision. This initiative is going to bring together international financial institutions and nations from all around the world to mobilize more resources for countries saddled with debt, to open more opportunities to the private sector financing, and to promote transparent, sustainable, and affordable lending practices.
The federal government has reached a $310 million settlement with railway company Norfolk Southern over the environmental catastrophe that resulted from the train derailment last year in East Palestine, Ohio. The company will pay about $235 million to cover the cost of the EPA's efforts to clean up air, water, and soil in the area where toxic fumes were released. This is USA News.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? Low-cost airlines.
With one call to low-cost airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Millions of people are getting ready to travel over the holiday weekend. USA's Corey Myers has the details.
Memorial Day weekend is here, the unofficial start of summer. AAA estimates that nearly 44 million people will travel 50 miles or more this holiday weekend. 91% of travelers are expected to drive to their destination, even with gas prices up 8 cents a gallon nationally compared to last Memorial Day. And if you're traveling by air, AAA says, you know what? You better get there early to get through security. About 3.6 million people will be flying nationwide. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
The Department of Justice has announced a lawsuit against Live Nation, the parent company of Ticketmaster, alleging that they have a monopoly over the live event industry. Attorney General Merrick Garland saying the company has long engaged in illegal conduct, in part by locking concert venues into long-term exclusive contracts so that the venues cannot consider or choose rival ticketers.
With exclusive agreements that cover more than 70% of concert ticket sales at major concert venues across the country, Ticketmaster can impose a seemingly endless list of fees on fans.
In a statement, Live Nation saying the lawsuit ignores the basic economics of live entertainment. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, on that solemn note, this is the way we will kick off our Memorial Day weekend. This will be our final program before millions hit the highways and the byways for a big weekend. Remembrances, parades, and in some cases, barbecues, racing, you name it. So welcome aboard. Trust you've had a good week. Believe it or not, we will be turning the page on the calendar. This will be Friday, May the 24th. And yes, we will get the weekend officially underway. So how are we looking out there weather-wise? Well, for some of our travelers, you're going to start your weekend off with some disruptions to your travel. The heart of the country has been under the gun and continues to be as we make our way into the early hours of a Friday morning. Tonight, the focal point, a lot of rain, heavy rains. North Dakota, South Dakota, then a trailing line through Nebraska. And on down into, cutting right through the heart of Oklahoma. Stronger storms in southern Oklahoma. Now, those are not associated with the line to the north. These are some supercells independent of the line of thunderstorms, which is prompting some severe weather warnings in south central Nebraska, north central Kansas, over toward Norman's neck of the woods. So we'll start things off. Yes, big weekend to travel. Traveler's Weather brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions. Again, disruptive, dangerous thunderstorms will erupt and advance from the central states all the way eventually to the East Coast during the weekend. AccuWeather forecasters say, quote, we are entering a very, very stormy period that coincides with the first unofficial holiday weekend of the summer. Every day and night now through Monday will bring its fair share of dangerous storms. In some of the more powerful instances, wind gusts could reach or exceed Category 1 hurricane force, 74 miles per hour. In the most extreme cases over the weekend, winds will be considerably higher. Many areas in the central and eastern states will be hit by one, maybe more than one round of thunderstorms over the weekend. When accompanied by downpours and gusty winds, this obviously could ruin some of our outdoor gatherings. There are weddings and memorial parades, family cookouts plans. Now, strong winds in some cases will bring down trees, cut power, homes and businesses, possible damage. In other cases, large hail could break windows, damage crops, dent your vehicles. Torrential downpours associated with many storms can briefly flood roadways, secondary, rural, and suburban roads, or even some of our major highways. In a few cases, inches of rain may come down in an hour's time. That could lead to life-threatening flash flooding, especially in the Ozark Mountains and the southern Appalachians, which are popular locations for holiday camping trips. Travelers closely monitor the situation, especially Saturday to Sunday, as a large complex of severe storms may roll for hundreds of miles. Could lead to dozens of damaging wind flash flooding incidents from central Oklahoma and Kansas to southern and central Missouri, as well as northern Arkansas, perhaps portions of Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, and Tennessee. Now, the storm wind gusts for Saturday, the storm max winds rated at 100 miles per hour for portions of the central and southern plains to the mid-Mississippi Valley. I mean, the winds of that intensity would be equal to a Category 2 hurricane. Tornadoes are likely to occur in the most violent storms during the extended weekend. The threat of tornadoes may be greatest over parts of the central and southern plains Saturday, the mid-Mississippi, Ohio, and Tennessee valleys on Sunday, and then parts of the mid-Atlantic for Memorial Day itself. In portions of the central states, the risk of tornadoes may continue after dark, Friday, Saturday, and even Sunday. Looks like Chicago, you'll be at a moderate risk of severe thunderstorms and a tornado later today, Friday, to start your weekend. Oklahoma City and Tulsa will be at a high risk for violent storms, including twisters, on Saturday. St. Louis and Louisville will be at a moderate risk for severe weather, including tornadoes, looking ahead toward Sunday. Now, the way things are shaping up right now, thunderstorms may threaten Sunday's Indianapolis 500. Scheduled for early in the afternoon. Last year, over 300,000 people attended the world-famous race. Now, with some dangerous storms in the forecast, attendees should prepare for some weather-related delays or possible postponements. Then, just a few hours later, another big race at Charlotte Motor Speedway in North Carolina. NASCAR's grueling 600-mile stock car event runs well into the night. At this point in time, it appears that pop-up thunderstorms will be nearby, could trigger rain and lightning delays. Severe weather may hold up to the west over the North Carolina mountains. So while the extent of severe storms in the east on Memorial Day will be limited to just parts of the region, the strongest storm will still carry the risk of possible tornadoes. Cities at risk on Monday include Washington, D.C. and Philadelphia. A cool breeze from the Atlantic may limit severe weather from New York City on up into Boston to perhaps later in the day or maybe into the later nighttime hours. Now, AccuWeather utilizes severe weather areas to alert the general public. The most common range from the yellow-coded risk, where potentially damaging storms will affect parts of the area, moderate in the orange. The high, the red risk zone, is pretty uncommon when it denotes widespread severe thunderstorms. An extreme burgundy risk zone is rare, but would signify the likelihood of an intense outbreak. Now, any severe thunderstorm would be capable of producing a brief tornado. So for those millions of travelers and those with outdoor plans, watch for rapidly changing weather conditions. We all know the general rule of thumb is if thunder can be heard, the risk of being struck by lightning exists, even in the absence of severe weather advisories. Avoid being caught up in multi-vehicle accidents, slowing down before the torrential downpours arrive, or exit the highway until a storm passes. We'll see some of that occurring here as we head on into the weekend. All right, who we get checking in out of the box? There's Philly Dan, TGIF. Happy Friday. He said, my son called me an old man last night. We both laughed and laughed. Then I changed the Wi-Fi password. Good for you. Have a great weekend. That's good, Philly Dan. Hello, Mary Ann. Good morning to the overnight family, everybody. Have a great weekend and happy Memorial Day. Dave says, TGIF, we made it another week. Overnighters, be safe and God bless. Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. The idiots are out. 67 degrees in Platkill, New York. Round 4 to Schenectady, and then back to Wilmington, Delaware. And we'll have to reload for New Haven, Connecticut for our Saturday morning because we're going to get a late start to the weekend, aren't we? Kevin is on board. Hello, Steve, the overnight family. Mike says, good morning. Have a great, safe holiday weekend. That's Mike in Beaver Creek with us there. Dipsy Driver, hello, Steve, the best informed audience. Another cool, calm, and clear night, just like Steve Summers here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. A very special shout-out to Miss Millie, who made potato hash for her hard-working son, who is also a truck driver. Ham and onions and some secret ingredients I cannot mention because it's a secret. Everybody have a great Memorial Day weekend. Don't forget to honor those who sacrificed the ultimate for the rest of us. James says, did you see Trump had thousands turn out to see him in the Bronx this past day? I did. I saw that. And I also saw Biden had a little event in the state of New Hampshire a couple of days ago. He could barely get 100 people to show up. There was video of that. a gentleman recording. He said, "This is 30 minutes before the arrival of the President of the United States." And just a handful of people sitting around tables. It was quiet as a church mouse. He said, "I feel like I'm at a wake." All right, yeah, that is correct. I-77 northbound at the North Carolina-Virginia line. Hello, Shorty, 67 degrees as he is Columbus bound. All right, Jerry just jumped in here. Good morning, Ruffin. Beautiful here in Kokomo, Indiana today. Looking forward to today's show. Have a great weekend, everybody out there, and be safe. Okay, what's on your mind? Wheelchair Dave shared a story with me about a gentleman that he said he actually had a chance to meet a few years back down in Florida at the Lakeland Fly-In. I sent you a link to the special salute to Brigadier General Bud Anderson. This was the largest gathering of P-51 Mustangs in the world, and it'll never happen again. I know how much you enjoy air shows. This is the granddaddy, and please also share that with Scarecrow. God bless. Everybody enjoy all the racing this weekend, but also remember the servicemen who gave their life. Amen. Yeah, the story of Brigadier General Clarence Bud Anderson, the last American fighter pilot known as a triple ace for downing 16 German planes during World War II, who passed away in his sleep on May 17 at his home in Auburn, California, at the age of 102 years old. A bit of a tribute, which we'll share that with you coming up here. Indeed, the Memorial Day weekend coming on. Our number, as always, 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, well, indeed, it is a Friday. Is it truly one day closer to the greatest day of the week?
One day closer to the greatest day of the week. and yet again, a holiday on the greatest day of the week.
That tends to happen a lot. It happens a lot, yes.
It does happen a lot. It does happen a lot. So, casual Friday, huh? We're supposed to ride around naked. Is that what I heard? I got flip-flops on anyway.
That's a misnomer, but yes, casual Friday. What's on slate for your Memorial Day weekend?
Well, I'm off Sunday night. That'll be my Memorial Day. Are you off Sunday night? You having a show Sunday night?
No, it'll be pre-recorded Sunday night, Monday morning, holiday.
Oh, okay. No, I don't ever get the Monday holidays because we get the night off before. So, like, we got to spend all our day sleeping instead of being able to go to barbecues or parades or any celebrations like that. We kind of get screwed over in a way. But I guess that's the joys of working this shift.
Right.
You got plans? You got the pool open?
Nah, the pool, not yet. We're actually... Not yet. I was ready last weekend. The princess wasn't ready. So it's playing it by ear. We're in the zone where we're expecting some stormy weather over the weekend as well, so I don't know if we'll get it open or not.
I don't think we're going to get, it doesn't look like we're getting any rain anytime soon. We kind of need it down in Tampa area. So I saw somewhere where Dale Jr. wants Stenhouse to appeal the fine. That's the largest fine that they've given out that I've ever heard of.
For a fight,
but
yes, it is.
Do they ever reverse on appeals? I don't know that I don't recall them ever reversing when somebody appeals.
I can't tell you off the top of my head that I ever recall hearing them reversing it.
I guess we'll see what happens. Not looking good for the Indy 500, is it? Weather-wise?
That's as we just shared there. Looks like there may be some disruptions. I mean, and how's that all going to play? If there's delays, obviously Kyle Larson, he's going to have to make a decision. Does he stick around and try to wait for an Indy delay, or does he focus on getting over to Charlotte for the 600?
Well, I think he's more loyal to the NASCAR than he is because he's their driver for that.
Correct.
All year.
Yeah.
So I've heard that if it rains, he'll have to leave early, or may not even compete if it's delayed. I guess I don't know what would happen in that scenario. So it said on your news that people travel an average of 50 miles. Did you hear that?
The numbers.
I go that far every day to work.
Yeah, they don't count. They don't count you as a traveler unless you go at least 50 miles. You got to be more than 50 miles travel. So that's what they're expected. 44 million traveling at least 50 miles.
I think we do that just running around doing errands.
Right.
At my house. Well, that's about all I got. This week, this Memorial Day isn't for the veterans; it's for the people that gave their life,
correct,
saving for the
correct,
country, fighting for the country. I kind of get irritated when people say thank you for your service and all that on Memorial Day. That's not my day. But anyway, keep that in mind, everybody out there. This is for the ones that gave their all, not just served.
Veterans Day comes up later in the year, and that's when Captain Ron makes out his schedule of where he's going to eat free all day.
That's right. It's getting harder and harder to do. Denny's has closed down some locations in my neck of the woods also. And Red Lobster was one of them. I don't know, may have to scrounge around and have a bologna sandwich or something, I guess. But that's about all I got for right now. Yeah. Hope you have a good weekend, and thank you for taking my call.
Captain Ron, and enjoy your weekend, or however much of one you get. Yes, he mentioned Dale Jr. on his podcast Wednesday. We know, of course, NASCAR dropped the hammer on Stenhouse, $75,000 fine. And Dale Jr. advised him to appeal. Now, we know he punched Kyle Busch, who caused a wreck that knocked out Stenhouse in the early laps of the All-Star race. But NASCAR responds with the largest fine ever for fighting. Dale Jr. said, well, he doesn't want to see fighting. It makes NASCAR look bad, but the $75,000 penalty was way too harsh, he says. He thinks Stenhouse should appeal and hopes that NASCAR maybe diminishes the fine to $25,000 or even $50,000. I'd go in there. I would even walk in there with him if he wanted me to, and I'd say, listen, here's some other examples of this sort of the same activity. Now, here's the repercussions for those. Measure that against how much publicity this sport has gotten from this particular moment. And you know what? Think about dropping it down maybe a notch or two. Junior says, NASCAR overreacted and levied a severe fine because the fight happened so publicly on a large stage. However, he believes the sport played a role in playing up the accident or the incident. Yeah, NASCAR was part of the promotion of that big moment, right? I think really, if you strip away all of it being glamorized, maybe a $25,000 fine makes sense. But because it was sensationalized and glamorized, it made it bigger than it even was. Because of Stenhouse's hefty fine, Junior called it surprising that Busch received no punishment for creating a seemingly intentional wreck. He thinks Stenhouse might as well appeal, even if it's just as a learning experience to see how the process works. He should certainly try to appeal it and say, wow, this is pretty heavy compared to what else has gone on in the sport over how many decades you want to go back. Anyway, that's what he would do. What do you got to lose, right? We'll see where it goes. And it is 844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds is giving an update about the number of deaths in her state following tornadoes that destroyed dozens of homes and businesses. Governor Reynolds speaking from Greenfield about the next steps.
It was 4 fatalities here and then 1 in Adams County, so a total of 5, and just making sure that everybody's been notified.
Several dozen others were hurt in the storm, but that number is expected to grow. President Biden is speaking alongside the president of Kenya, following a meeting where leaders discuss the economy, technology, climate security, and more. President Biden saying that the United States and Kenya are tightening their economic relationship.
Today we're launching what we're calling the Nairobi, Washington Vision. This initiative is going to bring together international financial institutions and nations from all around the world to mobilize more resources for countries, to open more opportunities to the private sector financing.
This is USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5600 5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello to Buckeye Boy, checking in from I-20 east of Vicksburg, Mississippi, where it's 80 degrees. Yeah, intermittent sprinkles. 25,000 plus at Trump's rally in the South Bronx. The left are losing their minds. New York's governor says attendees are part of a cult. Let's all not forget what this holiday weekend is about. Indeed, have a great night, a better long weekend, and everybody be careful out there. All right, a couple of folks chiming in about the whole NASCAR. NASCAR, they've got tons of publicity about this, right? It's actually been a good thing for them, and that's the way it used to be. But Jerry said the decision for Kyle has been made. He's running for the Stock Car Championship. Going to be interesting to see if they have to maybe run it on Monday. All right, Russell. Hello, Steve. Hope all's going well at the Secret Bunker tonight. 67 clouds here in the Dayton area. Won't be here. Only about an hour and a half tonight. All you truckers be safe. Have a good night. God bless you safely to your destinations. Steve, you and the family, everyone out there, have a great Memorial Day weekend. All right, and he went on to say, Pappy, if you're working this weekend, be safe. We know how it is when it's a full moon on a holiday weekend. Yeah, it is a full moon tonight, isn't it? The calls will be out for the wackos, right? Yeah, then Jerry said the real story with Ricky Stenhouse is when Kyle's car owner, Richard Childress, said that Ricky will get a true ass beating like he's never had before if he wrecks his car on Sunday night. All right, Bidu, good morning. Steve and the overnight crew, have a good weekend, everybody out there. Be safe. There's Eskimo Mom. Yep, the groceries got to move, don't they? Howdy, overnight drive. Happy Friday, hump day, whatever day it is. Got the same stuff, different day here. Yes, please pack your patience if you're out and about this weekend. Holiday weather and all the other challenges out there with delivering groceries and other occupations. Memorial Day is, for some, just another day at the office. We've got hazy skies, a bit humid, 65 degrees on I-71 in Kentucky tonight. Be safe. Have a great weekend when you get to it. And remember, all gave some, and some gave all. Very good. Yeah. What's moving out of the grocery warehouse right now? Thinking exponentially larger shipments of beer, hamburgers, hot dogs, ribs. What's coming out of the warehouse, Brain Dead?
Oh, we're slammed tonight. It's my Monday back, thanks to Captain Ron. And, walk in, I'm thinking, we got like 20, 25, 30 loads for tonight. Nope, we got 40 tonight. And I'm like, oh,
whoa,
crap, the holiday's coming up.
Yep.
But a lot of that beer is direct store delivery. Like Budweiser takes it direct to the store. We don't see any of that.
That's right. Yeah.
Coke, Pepsi, Frito-Lay. Yeah.
They
handle all that.
Hamburger buns, hot dog bun. That's all the bakery delivery companies, right?
Right. Yeah. And I got to deal with those idiots after about midnight, 4 in. So anyway, did you see what I sent you about what they're going to redo with the old Harris Tunica property down here in Mississippi? Did you see that?
I don't believe I've seen that, no.
Yeah, apparently they want to put immigrant minors here. Okay. Immigrant minors. So what about the rest of them? Is it just going to be minors? Is it just going to be, I don't understand it. But I guess you saw that they postponed the auction on Elvis's property. I guess you saw that.
Yes, we did. We did cover that, and it sounds like that was all just somebody trying to scam him out of the property. Is what it sounds like.
Well, the Attorney General for the state of Tennessee finally actually did a job for a change and is going to investigate all of this. And I made a comment on one of the Facebook posts. I said it's scary how much information is out there on the internet. And this ought to bring to light of what we're putting out there and how quick documents can be forged and filed and given to the state without being verified.
Mm-hmm.
Because when they went to verify that, notary in Florida said she never seen the documents a day in her life.
Yep.
So, but anyway, let me change gears. Really, what I call about was NASCAR. If NASCAR is squashing this because they don't want the publicity. You're right on that. They need the publicity. I want to see stuff like that into the pits. Not so much the fighting, mind you. It's just give me the passion, because a lot of those guys, their contracts, they get paid off the purse amount. So if you're racing for $1 million for a paycheck, you'd be highly upset too. And I kind of don't fault NASCAR for not going after Kyle or penalizing Kyle, because Kyle was the innocent victim. I mean, yeah, Kyle dumped him, but heck, how many other drivers dump other drivers?
Mm-hmm.
But a slight fine maybe. But Stenhouse's dad has been suspended indefinitely, and I think there were 2 other team members that were also suspended for 8 races. But NASCAR needs to get back to their roots. And that was the beating and banging, show me what you got, the passion. It's just cookie cutter crap that they've come out with in the last 10, 15 years.
Right.
I mean, over here at this short track, when Corona came around, these short tracks over here were busy. All the beating and banging and, guys getting into fisticuffs in the back of the parking lot. That was their living. That was their baby. That was their car. If they wrecked their car, they literally had to go mortgage the house just to get parts to put it back together. And they were highly ticked. I don't blame them, but it could have been handled a little differently. But you know what? It's always let's sell it on the track next week and see who can beat the hell out of one another. Right
there, you go. I think there may be more viewership come Sunday because of this publicity and waiting to see will Ricky actually wreck Kyle this weekend. Yes.
And that's what NASCAR's got to capitalize on. You've got the golden egg right here. Why squish?
Yep.
So what are your plans for the weekend, buddy?
Well, we got some family coming in, so I think I got several different sides of the family coming in. Got a little party thing going on, I think, later on tonight, actually, for young Avery, who's going to be starting at a new school next year, so that's a big deal for him. I guess we'll try to get together and throw some burgers on the grill at some point in time. And I don't know, will we get a chance to open the pool this weekend?
I don't know. I mean, I figured you'd already have that sucker open by now and, already taken a couple swims in it. But no, me and old Eskimo Mom, we're going to hold the fort down for you and, haul the groceries around this weekend, Steve. Because, unlike some slackers around here, we actually got to do work. Right? I mean,
that is 100% correct. Those groceries got to move. I think Princess said she's got an order in for Saturday. Okay, there you go. All right, the effects of severe weather have resulted in another emergency declaration for 15 Iowa counties. Now, according to ABC News, I believe the death toll is at 5. At least 35 were injured during that tornado in Greenfield, Iowa, which indeed the National Weather Service upgraded that to an EF4 this past day. But the state has requested an expedited presidential disaster declaration for the counties that sustained damage. This storm system caused severe weather, damaging straight-line winds, tornadoes, heavy rains, flash floodings, significant damage to public and private property, power outages. Under the order, effective until June 20th, regulations pertaining to hours of service are suspended for disaster repair crews, as well as drivers delivering goods and services responding to the disaster area. That suspension pertains to the movement of loads related to the disaster in Iowa on all state highways, excluding the interstate system. Permits are still required according to the order. Loads are not to exceed a maximum of 90,000 pounds gross weight or the maximum axle weight limit of 20,000 pounds. Drivers and carriers operating under this emergency must comply with posted weight limits on roads and bridges. Now, they had a previous emergency declaration due to the severe weather in 8 counties. That order was set to expire here in just a few days, next Wednesday, as a matter of fact. Carolina Monkey Gouger on a Friday.
Well, hello there, Steve-O. It done started. The damn fools are out here doing stupid stuff.
I was just going to say, how are the interstates looking? Are we getting kind of packed and stacked already?
Well, I'm over here in the middle of nowhere, and they done had it looked like to me it was a camper come off a truck, hit a tanker, and they all laying over there in the median. And it's got both sides backed up. We had to get by on the shoulder, so it's done started. It's over here on 84, right outside of Littlefield, Texas.
Okay.
Steve, I don't know if you've seen this deal, but did you see where this guy sued this other trucker? This guy's wanting to be a train engineer, run them old loud-ass train horns on his truck, which I cannot stand. I think it's useless. They ought to outlaw them.
Uh-oh.
Well, anyway, these guys were in construction there. From what best I could take, both of them are driving dump trucks, right? So the engineer on the truck that wants to be a train engineer pulls up beside this guy and just starts blasting his train horn, talking about, you need to get out the way, you're in the way, and everything, and it caused the fella to go deaf. And so he sued the wannabe train engineer and was awarded $1.5 million. So, little heads up, any of you guys out there with these train horns, you better be careful where you blow them, because you are getting sued for it.
I saw that story a couple of weeks ago. It's like, do you think did it really cause him to go deaf?
Well, Steve, I've been having trouble with that tendonitis, ringing in your ear.
Right.
For about 8 or 9 years, and I never really thought about it. But I was at the Rip-Off Gripper's truck stop in Lubbock, Texas, and this idiot had just been over to the Chrome shop, and his old raggedy-ass KW come rolling right by me. He ain't 3 feet from me, and just laid down on them train horns. And I mean, I instantly got a migraine headache from it, and if I'd have had something, I'd have thrown it through his damn windshield.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to thinking back, it wasn't long after that when I started having trouble. And I mean, I've tried everything I can think of, all these home remedies, and some days, you don't have it, and some days it'll just drive you crazy. So, any of you guys out there that train hard, you sure better watch where you blow them now, because they will be sued for it. I mean, the way I look at it, if you won't train hard, you should be working for the railroad. They don't belong out here on the public highway. I mean, it's a nuisance. They'll be riding through the truck stop at night, and you trying to sleep. It just pisses me off. But I just wanted to pass that on. I don't know if you've seen it or not.
I did see that story here a week or so ago. All I know is when we're down there at Louisville and when you got that truck parade going around the lot there on Saturday night, I hear a lot of train horns.
Yeah, buddy. And, in this Sue crazy world, that was one of the reasons they moved everybody from over yonder at Papa John's, it's now the Louisville and Nashville Railroad Station now, whatever. They said they couldn't have a bunch of stinking truck drivers stinking up the parking lot over there, so they didn't let us go back over there. But other than that, everything just moving along. The moon is bright tonight, boy. I had to pull out the sunglasses. I mean, the old moon is beaming down. It's about 6 o'clock this afternoon. My buddies, they just love me to death. Hey, Monkey Gouger, look at this here picture. And, man, they killed the brim this afternoon, They go on the bed in full moon.
Yeah.
And they were jumping in the icebox committing suicide. I said, boy, y'all some real nice friends. Here I am out here trying to make a living and feed America, and you sending me pictures of fishing and drinking beer. You bunch of buttheads. But while I was off, I got to take Biscuit fishing, and I got me a fishing buddy. And she done pretty good. I mean, she got hung up once or twice in the trees, and I had to take the shotgun, shoot the limb off, get the line back, because I didn't feel like tying it off. But she said, Pig, that's pretty good, cool. And we had got into some fish, and she was catching them pretty fast, and I was trying to explain to her, pray the fish. Just don't snatch him in the boat, because I got slapped in the face 3 or 4 times with them big old brims. And she don't believe in playing, and she wants him in the boat. Well, we were sitting there, and I seen a boat come. I said, lay cane down. Said, why? I said, they see you catching fish, they're going to pull up here on top of us. She said, I'll take this boat paddle and whoop them. I said, you going to take the boat paddle and whoop them, hey, girl? I said, I hear you. But it was funny to watch her, man. She was having a blast. And they were biting good that day. And like I say, as long as you wear a hard hat when you fishing with her, you stand a chance of coming out pretty good. Because, I mean, them fish coming at you about 90 miles an hour when she's snatching them out of the water. It's hard to duck.
That's great.
So, but look here, if you've got a weather forecast up there for the Indy 500, is it going to be a washout? Are they going to start it or what?
There is concern that there may be some showers and thunderstorms in play. That's the breakdown.
Well, I've been listening to this Ricky Stenhouse Kyle Busch saga, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, about half is one way and half is the other, back and forth. But one of the guys said something I said last night. He said, he had done said on the interview when he come out the care center that, he was going to meet him on the tailgate of the truck. Well, why didn't NASCAR go over there and say, hey, we're not having this, you need to move on. Get in your pickup or your truck or however you got you and just get on out of here and y'all let it settle down a little bit.
And I'm assuming that's what Dale Jr. was alluding to on his podcast. I didn't get to see the race, but I'm naturally assuming that after he got wrecked on lap number 2, that obviously I'm thinking the television coverage showed that he had pulled up into Kyle's pit box, and throughout the race he was waiting. They were probably panning back and forth to it all race long, kind of glamorizing it is what Dale was saying. And then when things got ugly, they want to fine him $75,000.
Well, they're going to appeal it, and I hope they win. I mean, I'm a Kyle Busch guy because he's driving for Richard Childress, but what Kyle done to that boy was wrong. And I mean, Kyle Stenhouse did nothing wrong. I mean, I've watched the replay. I just went back and watched it, slowed it down. And the Stenhouse never touched Kyle. He just like you say, he raced him up through there clean. Like Days of Thunder, he hit me. No, he rubbed you, and that's racing. But I mean, I just don't see where Kyle Busch got off of this thing scot-free.
Right.
I mean, the things that ensued after that, he went over, they got over, they got the big brawl, which ain't nothing wrong with fighting at the racetrack. Hell, it's something we used to call, let's go to Saturday night at the fights. I mean, it was more interesting to watch them fighting and running. Hey, look here, we was sitting up there in the grandstand one night, and this fight broke out between them Truesdale brothers and them Coker brothers over there. And that's rivalries. I mean, bad rivalries. That's like the Hatfields and McCoys,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when they come into the track, you start seeing hair stand up on one another's neck. Well, old Truesdale creamed that Coker boy over there in the number 3-4 turn and just demolished that car. Truesdale, his car couldn't get away from it. He tore his car up. So they get out there in the middle of the track just go start knocking hell out of one another. And this old boy is with me. He had just bought a brand new Chevrolet pickup. It was sitting about the second row in the parking lot, and we had the tailgate down, sitting out there drinking some suds and, eating some hot dogs. The great American thing to do in a race. And we were sitting there, and they run through the, got off the track, run up through the grandstand and everything, and ended up out there in the parking lot. And old Coker jumped up in the back of my buddy's pickup, went over the top of it, done a stomp dance in the hood, and off the other side. I said, "Is that your pickup?" He said, "Oh my God!" He's with the raising hell. So, I mean, this kind of things make racing exciting. But like I said last night, NASCAR could have curtailed this a little bit. told him, said, hey, y'all call one another tomorrow after you settle down and be done with it. But I ain't listened to a race this year, but I think I might be going to listen to this one just to see if Richie Chip.
See what I mean? It's piqued the interest of some folks out there, and including myself. We got to get our news break here as we close out hour number one.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Pick a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. A bipartisan border bill is failing to clear the Senate for a second time in months. The Senate voting 43-50 to tank the bill on Thursday, negotiated in the fall by Democrat and Republican senators. Senate Majority Leader from New York, Chuck Schumer, putting the bill on the floor for a vote after it was blocked in February by Republicans. Tornadoes tore through parts of the Midwest this week, destroying homes and businesses. Iowa Republican Governor Kim Reynolds speaking from Greenfield, Iowa, which was one of the hardest hit parts in her state.
And in Dare County alone, we had 153 major destroyed homes. Montgomery had 8, Polk County 26, Story County 15, for a total of 202. So, we've had a lot of destruction and damage across the state.
At least 5 people died in the storm and several others were hurt. Those numbers are expected to grow. President Biden is speaking alongside the president of Kenya following a meeting where leaders discuss the economy, technology, climate security, and more. President Biden saying that the United States and Kenya are tightening their economic relationship.
Today we're launching what we're calling the Nairobi, Washington Vision. This initiative is going to bring together international financial institutions and nations from all around the world to mobilize more resources for countries saddled with debt, to open more opportunities to the private sector financing, and to promote transparent, sustainable, and affordable lending practices.
The federal government has reached a $310 million settlement with railway company Norfolk Southern over the environmental catastrophe that resulted from the train derailment last year in East Palestine, Ohio. The company will pay about $235 million to cover the cost of the EPA's efforts to clean up air, water, and soil in the area where toxic fumes were released. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Millions of people are getting ready to travel over the holiday weekend. USA's Corey Myers has the details.
Memorial Day weekend is here, the unofficial start of summer. AAA estimates that nearly 44 million people will travel 50 miles or more this holiday weekend. 91% of travelers are expected to drive to their destination, even with gas prices up 8 cents a gallon nationally compared to last Memorial Day. And if you're traveling by air, AAA says, you know what? You better get there early to get through security. About 3.6 million people will be flying nationwide. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
The Department of Justice has announced a lawsuit against Live Nation, the parent company of Ticketmaster, alleging that they have a monopoly over the live event industry. Attorney General Merrick Garland saying the company has long engaged in illegal conduct, in part by locking concert venues into long-term exclusive contracts so that the venues cannot consider or choose rival ticketers.
With exclusive agreements that cover more than 70% of concert ticket sales at major concert venues across the country, Ticketmaster can impose a seemingly endless list of fees on fans.
In a statement, Live Nation saying the lawsuit ignores the basic economics of live entertainment. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, welcome back. Get another hour underway on a Friday morning. And indeed, as we roll into the Memorial Day weekend, they said if you're considering a last-minute getaway here for the holiday weekend to relax away from the crowds, there's a few places you may want to leave off of your list. Take that trip another time. Yeah, where will the most busy destinations be here for the Memorial Day weekend? Yeah, I was thinking probably the top destinations would be some beach locations. Well, they're in the top 10, but believe it or not, Las Vegas is topping the list. Everybody headed for Sin City. But welcome back to the Monkey Gouger there. So you might actually tune in to see what takes place there Sunday night. If I mean, they're actually talking about we may have rain at Indy. And then later Sunday evening, there could be some scattered showers and thunderstorms, maybe even impacting the race there in Charlotte.
Ooh, that ain't good. But you know, Steve, I just got to listen to see if Richard Children's gonna pull his baseball bat out and beat the hell out of damn Ricky Stenhouse. You know, at the Stenhouse race, Kyle, because you know this ain't gonna be over with. I hope it is. You know, I hope it's a good, clean race, 600, because that's was one of my favorite races. But, you know, Steve, talking about the railroad, while I was off, I built a shed over the pool, you know, the pump and all that stuff. And I got a cousin. He's got the same name I do, and we went to school together. He's my second cousin. He's a carpenter. And I called him and said, "Hey, can you come down here and build this thing for me?" He said, "Yeah, I'll come down there and build it for you." So, I mean, we sat there, and I'm holding this board. He said, "Nail it right there." I said, "Duh." He said, "Oh, I forgot," you know. I said, "How you going to hold a board with one hand, nail it with the other one, you know, jack leg?" So we were sitting there having us a cool one, talking about we used to go to dinner at Granny's or Thanksgiving dinner or Christmas dinner. All Granny's people, they were railroad people. All of them worked for it was the Atlantic Coast Line, and it went to Seaboard Coast Line, then it went to CSX, Chassis Systems. Well, on Granddaddy's side, we was farmers and truckers and carpenters. Oh boy! I mean, when they got in, they got talking about that railroad. You could see the hair stand up on them truck drivers' back. It wasn't long, boy. They was fitting to get after it. And I said, you know what? Yeah, I told my cousin. I said, Jimmy, you know what? When people used to ask how was Thanksgiving or how was Christmas, I said, well, it's pretty damn good. We didn't have to call the popo. So, you know, that was that, but. It was pretty damn funny just sitting there reminiscing here talking about how them truck drivers and them railroad people used to get in there, and it was almost like a Jerry Springer Thanksgiving.
Yep.
Great had put them in time out. But anyway, Steve, enjoy your Memorial Day, and remember there's a bunch of us out here trying to get this country fed, and we're doing the deal, man. And I want to thank all the servicemen that has served, and families for those that paid the ultimate sacrifice. I want to thank all of them and appreciate them. And so hope everybody be safe and truck them easy out here.
That's what everybody, pack your patience, right? Thank you very much, Carolina Monkey Gouger. All right, so lines available at 844-844-3388. Current forecast, from the Weather Channel, they break down the 10-day forecast. Today, it's going to be a warm one, 85, partly cloudy. Yeah, Saturdays, maybe some morning thunderstorms. Yeah, about a 50-50 chance of rain. Sunday, though. Sunday is the day of the Indy 500. Right now, they're saying 80% chance of rain or thunderstorms. Could even be some stronger storms. Yeah, they're going to be in the zone for possible severe weather. Forecast high of 77. Then you look at Monday, even Monday morning, still some AM thunderstorms, 45% chance of rain. But right now, for the Indy 500, that may be run on a Monday, on Memorial Day itself. See if we can pull up the Charlotte forecast. All right, again, if you're considering a last-minute getaway, as we know, the AAA, 43.8 million people going to travel, a number that would be second only to 2005's record of 44 million. I mean, we're right there, knocking on the door. Now, the travel booking site Skyscanner says short duration trips were the largest segment. 42% of trips lasting a week or less. A lot of folks, maybe many have taken off Friday. They're on the roads now. So make it a 4-day weekend kind of thing with Monday being off. Our top searched destinations for Memorial Day weekend are the same as they've been in previous years. Your traditional favorites holding on to the lion's share of searches and bookings, while families are looking to have some fun on the beaches of Florida. Couples still want to enjoy the thrill of Las Vegas or the glamour of Los Angeles. According to the Memorial Day weekend bookings made over the past 12 months, there were the top 15 destinations. At number 15 is Dallas, Nashville, Denver, Washington, D.C., Phoenix, and San Diego at number 10, followed by Seattle, Chicago at number 8, Honolulu at number 7. Then we start to get into some of the beaches, Orlando and Miami, number 6 and 5, respectively. San Francisco at number 4, Los Angeles at number 3. New York City, New York, the number 2 destination, and Las Vegas tops the list. Now, for those traveling internationally, London is the most popular booked destination, followed by Tokyo. Federal Aviation Administration said they're already bracing for this weekend as they expect this to be the busiest summer travel season in nearly 15 years. If you already have tickets or are considering buying them, the biggest flight surge, which was 53,515 flights, were yesterday, Thursday. As always, weather is the biggest threat to a smooth itinerary, and of course the National Weather Service is forecasting an enhanced risk of severe weather from central Nebraska to northern Kansas, east toward the Missouri River. Dallas, Memphis, Fort Worth, Oklahoma City, Kansas City, Missouri, all at a slight risk of severe thunderstorms. According to the FAA, if you're flying for the holiday, check the air traffic report and the Weather Squad travel outlook, posted daily on the FAA's X account. But the biggest times to avoid being out there traveling in the big cities, especially best and worst times to travel by car. The worst travel times for Thursday, yesterday, was noon to 6. Now, here we are, Friday. The worst travel times will be from noon to 7 p.m. The best travel time, it would be before 11 a.m. or after 8 p.m. Now, Saturday, most people have reached their destination, right? 2 to 5 p.m., the worst travel time. Best to travel before 1 p.m. or after 6 p.m. Yeah, Sunday's about the same. Yeah, Sunday, worst travel time, 3 to 7 p.m. Monday, pretty much identical. Worst travel times, 3 to 7 p.m. Best travel time would be after 7 p.m., but okay, traffic in the big cities, just be prepared, right? Meanwhile, in the state of Texas, let me jump over to this one. It's been rather hot, right? And it's continuing to be hot through the Memorial Day weekend. According to Reuters this past day, the power grid. Hey, lo and behold, the power grid may be facing a strain. Power use in Texas is on track to break the record for the month of May today, Friday, for a second time this week, and could even top that again over the Memorial Day weekend. Everybody cranking up the AC, trying to escape the heat wave. The Electric Reliability Council of Texas, that operates most of the state's grid for 27 million customers, said the system is currently operating normally. Enough available supply to meet the expected demand all week. But they expect demand to peak at 75,296 megawatts today, Friday the 24th. A tad higher, 75,952 megawatts on the 26th. So Sunday which would actually top the current record for the month of May. The grid's all-time peak was 85,508 megawatts last August. Analysts expect ERCOT electric use will top that all-time high at some point this summer. With economic and population growth in the state, demand for power from data centers, artificial intelligence, cryptocurrency, mining, all rising fast. They say 1 megawatt can usually power about 800 homes on a normal day. That can drop as low as 250 homes on a hot summer day in Texas. High temps in Houston, the biggest city in Texas, forecast to rise from 92 degrees yesterday to 99 on the 27th. Normal high would be about 88 this time of year. Over the next week, ERCOT projects supplies would exceed demand by as much as 42,500 megawatts during the morning of May 26, when the sun starts to energize solar panels, and by as little as 6,600 megawatts in the evening of May the 24th. That's tonight, after the sun goes down and the solar panels stop working. That comfortable level of supply assumes nothing changes. But they said they've already experienced the sudden loss of generation. 1,438 megawatts on the 22nd that reduced supplies. That outage was at a Panda Energy natural gas power plant in Temple, Texas, likely caused by a tornado that passed through the area. According to the energy data, Panda Energy not available for comment, but there were, however, over 110,000 homes and businesses still without power Thursday morning due to storms overnight. Those new outages reduced power demand and came after Texas utilities had restored service to most of the customers that were knocked out of service from storms last week. So that 110,000 were actually new outages with storms that occurred Wednesday night into Thursday morning. All right, back to your calls just ahead at 844-844-3388 to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, we do have some stronger storms impacting travelers out there this early Friday. Matter of fact, National Weather Service out of Hastings, Nebraska, has a tornado warning. This is in south central Nebraska. Several counties, northeast Franklin, northern Webster County, southern Adams County, and southeastern Kearney County Look, this particular cell located near Campbell, 24 miles southwest of Hastings, Nebraska, moving east at 50 miles an hour. So, with or without a tornado, strong straight line winds. And this could be wrapped in rain. Heavy rainfall may hide this tornado. So again, haven't seen a lot of tornado warnings, but yeah, a couple of them here in just the last little bit. In south central Nebraska, this one particular cell. So, Interstate 80, they say, impacted this morning between the 285 and 302 mile markers. So heads up on I-80. Dangerous storm. All right. Going back to Wheelchair Dave, who said he actually had the opportunity to meet this gentleman a few years ago. Brigadier General Clarence Bud Anderson, last American fighter pilot known as a triple ace, downing 16 German planes in World War II, who passed away in Auburn, California, last week at the age of 102. Born January 13, 1922, joined the U.S. Air Force in 1942, earned his pilot's wings at Luke Field, Arizona. Later that year, entered World War II, part of the 357th Fighter Group, the first unit in the U.S. 8th Air Force to enter combat equipped with the North American P-51 Mustang. Over the course of the war, the Mustang was credited with downing nearly 600 enemy planes, including a record of 17 of Nazi Germany's Messerschmitt Me-262 jets, and destroying more than 100 aircraft on the ground. It also produced a record 42 aces, as they call them, including Anderson, who at the end of the war had 16.25 victories to his credit. Now, pilots are awarded a fraction of a kill if multiple airmen contributed to a plane's downfall. Okay. But that dogfighting earned him the moniker of Triple Ace, the military name for the rare pilot who's downed at least 15 aircraft in combat. Some others who achieved the same include Brigadier General Robin Olds, who shot down 17. Captain Joe Foss, who destroyed 26 aircraft in World War II. Major Richard Bong, who totaled 40 aircraft kills in World War II. But Anderson then, he helped shepherd the U.S. military into the jet age as a test pilot at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio and as a top test official at the Air Force Flight Test Center at Edwards Air Force Base in California. Flying many models of the early jet fighters, and was involved in two very unusual flight test programs. He made the first flights on a bizarre experimental program to couple jet fighters to the wingtips of a large bomber aircraft for range extension. Later, he also conducted the initial development flights for the F-84 Parasite fighter, modified to be launched and retrieved from the very large B-36 bomber. Later commanded an F-86 squadron during the Korean War, oversaw an F-105 wing in Japan, and flew Republic F-105D fighter bombers over Vietnam as a commander for the 355th Tactical Fighter Wing. Anderson flew more than 130 different types of aircraft and logged more than 7,500 flying hours in 30 years of continuous military service. By the time he retired in 1972, he had accumulated 5 Distinguished Flying Crosses, 16 Air Medals, 2 Legions of Merit, a Bronze Star, and a Commendation Medal. In 2022, the Air Force promoted him to the honorary rank of Brigadier General. How about that? So, wow, going back in time. As Anderson, and he actually knew Chuck Yeager, were dropping their auxiliary fuel tanks on Mont Blanc, trying to set them on fire for fun. Their wingmen elsewhere had more pressing matters at hand. When I learned they were joyriding over the Alps, the rest of the 357th had scored a one-day record of 56.5 shoot downs. Anderson said, I got sick. Yeah, that was a story where he was out there, again, gallivanting around. And lifelong friendship with Chuck Yeager he had, apparently. But he did say before his passing, the P-51 was a great airplane. I think it saved the world, as he put it. So thanks for sharing that little update with us there, Wheelchair Dave. Get back to your calls coming up here. Eagle will check in on a Friday. The Donut Man. Looks like Doug's got some weather for us, okay. Keeping an eye on those storms there in southern Nebraska. Meanwhile, we did get the official update from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration this past day, as expected. How bad could the upcoming hurricane season be? Well, maybe one of the busiest ever, at least judging by the new key preseason forecast. As they NOAA released their forecast for the 2024 season, which we are now counting down the days. It starts June 1st, calling for a more active than normal season, thanks in part to the off-the-chart warm temperatures of the waters there in the Atlantic Ocean. And we'll tell you what NOAA had to say. And other industry headlines all coming up this Friday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds is giving an update about the number of deaths in her state following tornadoes that destroyed dozens of homes and businesses. Governor Reynolds speaking from Greenfield about the next steps.
Was 4 fatalities here and then 1 in Adams County, so a total of 5, and just making sure that everybody's been notified.
Several dozen others were hurt in the storm, but that number is expected to grow. President Biden is speaking alongside the president of Kenya following a meeting where leaders discuss the economy, technology, climate security, and more. President Biden saying that the United States and Kenya are tightening their economic relationship.
Today we're launching what we're calling the Nairobi, Washington Vision. This initiative is going to bring together international financial institutions and nations from all around the world to mobilize more resources for countries, to open more opportunities to the private sector financing.
This is USA News.
Attention! This is a public notice from the Social Security Disability Helpline. If you're one of the millions of Americans who are disabled and unable to work, you may be eligible for disability benefits from Social Security. Receiving benefits is your right. If you suffer from physical or mental disability, whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied, we can help. We'll evaluate your situation and deal with Social Security on your behalf. Best of all, there's no fee until you receive your benefits. Remember, we only get paid if you win your case. There are many reasons and conditions that may make you eligible for disability benefits. Many of them you may not be aware of. So if you're disabled and unable to work, call now to get started with your free, no-obligation consultation.
800-362-9337. 800-362-9337. That's 800-362-9337.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
For certain, one thing we will undoubtedly hear over the Memorial Day weekend at many events will be Lee Greenwood's God Bless the USA, right? Throughout his life, Lee Greenwood has been honoring the men who died for our nation. But this Memorial Day weekend, Newsmax will be honoring him. Saturday night, Newsmax will air a special concert, Lee Greenwood, God Bless the USA, featuring Lee Greenwood and a number of major celebrities, they tell us, a bevy of country music stars, Big and Rich, Gavin DeGraw, Tracy Lawrence, Larry Gatlin, the Oak Ridge Boys, Crystal Gale, Debbie Boone, and Ty Herndon. An hour-long show premiering on Newsmax 8 p.m. Saturday, followed by repeat airings 9 p.m. Sunday, and Memorial Day itself at 4 p.m. Lee Greenwood, of course, a big supporter of former President Trump, known for that 1984 signature anthem expressing pride and gratitude to be an American. Greenwood will sing God Bless the USA, also known to be as Proud to be an American. With accompanying artists Lee Brice, Dustin Lynch, Michael Ray, Neil McCoy, Billy Dean, and Rodney Atkins, among others. They'll have the full bevy of many 1980s country music artists on stage. Intertwined between performances will be some interview segments telling the story behind the making of the song, which was nominated for 2 Grammy Awards. He will also share his gratitude to military veterans. Greenwood will present 2 homes to injured veterans through his nonprofit Helping a Hero. So there you go. He also noted the event is made more special with Newsmax airing this during the Memorial Day weekend. Now, Lee's 81 years old now. All right, he's long been known for his support of the military, entertaining troops on more than 30 USO tours, honored with the Congressional Medal of Honor Society's National Patriots Award back in 1992. So some may want to tune that in or set your DVR to catch that if you have Newsmax available on your local platform. But all right, Eagle on a Friday morning. Eagle, are we going to get some home time for the Memorial Day weekend? Or are you going to be out there moving freight?
No, I'm rolling towards Texas right now. I'm going to spend some time with my family this weekend. I should be in Texas on Saturday, hopefully. Should be in Texas. I'm over here in Mississippi right now, making my way towards Texas. Yeah, hopefully I should be there on Saturday. 'Cause like I say, like I told you the other night, I'm going to watch the car race 500 in the upper 500 and NASCAR race. And before I get to the politics deal, Steve, with Donald Trump and his rally he had today, I pulled over to the side of the road today and watched the rally on the whole hour and 30-minute long rally he had in New York. I'll go over that with you in a few minutes. I want to find out, because I didn't hear anything, the latest news on NASCAR and Kyle Busch. Is there any news on him? Has he been given any kind of a fine or suspension? Have you heard anything about that? Because I really believe that NASCAR is making a mistake by not giving Busch some kind of penalty. Have you heard anything today?
No update as far as anything changing. I know that Dale Jr.'s podcast, he was advising Ricky Stenhouse to appeal that penalty to have it reduced maybe.
Yeah, NASCAR making it. I can't, it takes two to start a fight, Steve. And, Stenhouse didn't wreck itself. And NASCAR, they should be able to see that. And they should have came up with a better decision than that. If they wasn't going to find the guy, they could at least suspend him or do something, because he wrecked Stenhouse on purpose. Then you said the other day he admitted it when he talked to Kenny Wallace on his podcast. This is ridiculous. And it ain't like Kyle Busch has a clean slate. He's been involved in a lot of problems since he's been in NASCAR. It's not his first problem that Kyle Busch has been involved in. So I can't understand how NASCAR is letting him get away with it with no kind of penalty whatsoever. It's ridiculous. And like I said, the $75,000 is, I think that's way too much money. I don't even think he connected with the punch that he threw at Busch. I don't even think he connected. If he would have connected and, hit him in the eye, blacked his eye, busted his nose, I can understand, but I don't even think the punch landed. So the fine is way, way too high for what Stenhouse is accused of. But like I said, NASCAR, they need to do some money or a fine or something for Kyle Busch in the next couple of days, because this is ridiculous. But okay, now Steve, I want to get to the situation with. But before I get to that, I want to say, because it's the last time before Memorial Day. As a matter of fact, you're not going to be working on Monday, are you? On Monday night, Memorial Day, you're going to be off.
This our last program. Will be back Monday night, Tuesday morning. Yes, after the weekend.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So I better go ahead and say what I'm gonna say. Yeah, I want to tell all the veterans out there, thank you for your for what you've done. People have done for this country, so we can have the rights that we have in America, the right, freedom of speech, the right to own a weapon, and all kind of rights that we have. And it wouldn't have been possible without people losing their lives in the Korean War, Vietnam, Afghanistan, any other war we've been involved in. So I appreciate the service that these individuals have done. And everybody, if you got a flag, I got my flag. I'll be putting it in front of my home, Monday when I get home. So if you got an American flag, let people know that you're American and proud of it, brother, because I know I am. Now, let's move on to this situation with Donald Trump, another proud American, brother. I watched his rally today, Steve, and Donald Trump turned out another big show, another standing room only crowd. They had to turn people away in Brooklyn, New York. He had so many people. And this time, all races showed up, all black, white, Latino, Chinese, Jews, you name it. Just like Trump said, everybody showed up, and that's what it's supposed to be. We're not only one race of individuals showing up to vote for Trump. Everybody needs to get involved in this deal, and because of those people, like I said, Steve, I'm speaking in terms of blacks, and they interviewed a lot of black people today in the Bronx and Brooklyn, and they're talking about all the crime that's on the loose in New York City. Donald Trump with this Bragg guy is like a damn revolving door. You put the man, you arrest the guy. Tonight, the next morning, he walking out of the jailhouse back on the damn street with no cash bond. Just like Donald Trump said, he tried to make a joke about it, but it really ain't no joke. He said he the only one that's got to pay a damn bond in New York. Donald Trump the only one who got to pay a bond to get out of jail in New York. Everybody else is free to do whatever the hell they want to do. It's totally ridiculous. And like Donald Trump said, he damn near built New York City, with all the money and finding buildings in his name in New York City. And you see how they trying to railroad this guy. It's despicable, Steve. It's disgusting what they're doing to Donald Trump. And this man hasn't done absolutely broken no law whatsoever. All he's trying to do is the right thing. And like Donald Trump said, Steve, I got a new slogan that I'm gonna say from now, because Donald Trump said so I can say it too. Donald Trump say he gonna win the election for the third time. He already done won 2 times. When he win this time, it'll be the third time he's been elected, because you and I both know that he won the last election, and Donald Trump knows it too. So all these things that we've talked about, Steve, night after night, with the border being wide open, Donald Trump went over that with all these individuals coming in, roughshod, running. Even the people in the New York, Bronx, and Brooklyn are complaining about it. These people, their own government give a man from another country, don't even speak the language, Steve. They roll out the red carpet for this guy, give him food, water, shelter, a job, and everything else. A man that's been in the country his whole damn life, they turn it back on him. It's the most insane thing I've ever seen in my life. And people are fed up with it. And it doesn't matter what city and what town you live in, people are turning towards Donald Trump. And that's the right way to go. It doesn't matter. These idiots talking about, people like Al Sharpton and some of these other black leaders are saying that blacks and Hispanics are not supposed to vote for Republicans. It's just been like that since the 50s and 60s. That's over with, Steve. The Democrats have turned their backs on the blacks and the Hispanic population, people of color, and people are fed up with it. It's time. It doesn't matter if you're a Republican or not. It's about putting people to work, putting money in people's pockets. The hell with the Democratic Party. They robbed and stolen away from minorities for damn near 50 or 60 years. It's time for it to come to a stop. And the only way to make it stop is to get Biden out of the White House and get Trump in there, brother, and do this thing the right way. Because right now we're doing things the wrong way, and it's only gonna get worse, Steve. If Biden gets in, it's gonna be hell on earth the next 4 years in America. I don't even want to think. I remember talking to you way back in 2020 when I was in shock that Biden had so-called won this election. I never in my life, I told you this before, Steve, that I think things was gonna be this bad in the USA. But believe it or not, if he gets in for another 4 years, you ain't seen nothing yet, brother. It's gonna get worse. You think it's bad now? You haven't seen nothing. What's coming in the next couple of years? It's gonna be hell on earth to pay with Biden in charge of this situation. This guy here, Steve, he had the nerve to insult truck drivers the other day. I talked to you about this last night, to say that truck drivers are gonna be unemployed in the next 3 to 5 years. I don't know who gave this idiot this information, but it's not true. Truck drivers are here to stay, whether he likes it or not, because America comes to a stop without these trucks rolling down the interstate. I want Joe Biden Donald Trump, when they had his so-called debate, I want Trump to ask him that question. Biden, how do you plan on transporting all these goods to these grocery stores and to all these other places with the fuel and cars? How do you plan on transporting this, brother, to these department stores if you ain't got no trucks rolling down the highway? I want Biden to explain that, because it's not going to happen. America stops and we'll come to a complete and utter stop, like we're damn near to stop now. But if he puts trucks off the road, he'll find out real soon real fast. And that's really what needs to happen, to be honest with you, Steve. Truck drivers been talking about it for years. It really needs to shut this whole damn thing down and to show these people how important truck drivers are, because a lot of people really don't seem to grasp how important truckers are until it all closes out. So maybe it'll take something like that to happen before these idiots realize that the truck drivers, besides the police and the firemen and the military people, that you don't get no more important than a truck driver, whether Biden thinks so or not. And so like I said before, Steve, I want to thank you for your show, and I want to say one more time, thanks for the military people out there who defend the right for Americans to have a right to own a weapon, that had a right of freedom of speech, that had a right to come and go as you want to. Without those individuals that's in the grave right now, I wouldn't be talking to you right now, and I appreciate that. Because like I said before, I know you a true American, and I'm damn sure a true American, and I'll be an American until they put me in the grave. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Eagle, have a good Memorial Day weekend. Yes. All right, about 12 before the hour. Industry headlines. Have we hit the bottom yet? Trucking. A new freight cycle unlikely before the end of the calendar year, according to the Yoida Foundation in their latest market update. The reasons? Volume and demand are weakening. Capacity is loose. Operating costs remain high. Some pockets of tightness are appearing in reefer and flatbed markets, but the truckload market is still well supplied. Private fleets increasingly competing for spot loads recently. According to the Cass Shipment Index, railroads and private fleets are handling any economic freight growth. The Logistics Managers Index pointed to signs that the transportation market was improving, but based on capacity, it's clear a freight recession is still in place. They break down the van market, flatbed, reefer market, van market. Load-to-truck ratios increased in every region, with the exception of three. The Florida, Southern Georgia region saw the greatest increase. Both spot and contract rates declined in April. The inventory-to-sales ratio increased despite a decrease in monthly sales. Inventory levels, furniture and appliances are low, but demand has not increased. In the flatbed, load post increased for the fifth consecutive month and were most favorable in the Southeast, Carolina, and South Central regions. The spread between contract and spot rates declined and is now 7% worse than this time last year. Total construction spending decreased while housing starts did rebound a bit in April. Building materials, garden equipment, supplies, dealer retailers continued to struggle with high inventory levels. That is a significant headwind for future freight demand, as demand overall remains low, according to the foundation. Lastly, the reefer market. 7 of the 15 regions reported a decrease in load-to-truck ratios compared to just one region last month. Spot rates decreased, contract rates decreased, and the spread between the two grew. According to the Department of Agriculture, carriers in the Florida region experienced the greatest increase in pay per mile month over month. Volumes fell, but we're pretty much following the typical seasonal pattern. Reefer truck capacity tightens slightly after several months of loosening as rates ticked upward overall. However, capacity still remained mostly flat across the country. I think there's been a higher demand for the reefers in Florida right now with the harvesting of some products. We'll get to the Donut Man coming up into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Okay, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. And hello to the Donut Man. What's on tap for your Memorial Day weekend?
Oh, good morning, Steve. I just plan on staying at the house, get my my lawn cut, and trying to hopefully I can get done between rainstorms. It seems like every weekend, try to get it cut and got to kind of squeeze it in there somehow. But I just want, I don't even know where to start. But the Trump rally in New York was great in the Bronx. Looking at Sandy Cortez and the rest of the big mouth Democrats, they're losing their minds, Steve. They can't believe that he could draw, this is a blue, we're blue, Trump not welcome here, screw you, Why don't you go back to Westchester with your millionaire family and where you grew up with a silver spoon in your mouth. Quit trying to pretend like you're some kind of tough street hood or something. You grew up with a silver spoon in your mouth, you little witch. Now move along. Nobody cares what you have to say. Every time you open up your mouth, you just prove once again stupid. The old saying is, if you don't want people to think you're stupid, don't open up your mouth and prove it to them. Well,
I mean, no doubt. I mean, when you're talking about being in the Bronx, to have a crowd, thousands of people to gather there, and I mean, I don't know if you'd seen, the actual event that Biden held a couple days earlier there in New Hampshire. I mean, I bet there's barely 100 people there, as far as people there aside from the media to actually see Joe Biden speak. I mean, no enthusiasm whatsoever.
Steve, I had more people at my Little League baseball games when I was a kid than what Biden has at his rally. I mean, come on.
And if I heard that, I heard they started.
Basically, it's 80 reporters and maybe 20 donors. That's about the extent of it. They started chanting "Build the wall, build that wall" at the rally in the Bronx. I mean, how unlikely is it to hear something like that in a place like that? Oh, they were screaming that. They were screaming, "Send them back." Yeah, I had the rally. I was listening to it through an app, but it was great. I mean, they were "Send it back," and he was bringing people up on stage. Like there was one guy who was a black Puerto Rican he brought up, and there was actually like a rapper that was like for Trump and stuff. I was kind of like, man, just imagine somebody being so racist that he would allow a black Puerto Rican to come up and speak at his event, right, and a black rapper to speak at his event. I mean, just how racist, Oh, good Lord. Oh, but this NASCAR, okay. Well, I was planning on watching both races this Sunday, even though I haven't really been following racing much this year like I used to, just because I was curious to see how Kyle Larson was going to do. Because, I mean, is there like a race car this kid can't drive? Right. I mean, he's never run IndyCar before, and he qualified fifth for one of the biggest spectacles of the year. Mm-hmm. I mean, how many people? There's guys that's been racing for 15, 20 years. They're like Graham Rahal. He was lucky he made it into the field this year. You probably wouldn't have, but that one kid that was trying to get that last spot was pushing it and qualifying, and it just broke loose on him, and that kept Graham Rahal in. But yeah, I was curious to see how it is now with the situation with Kyle Busch and Little Stenhouse. I'm kind of, that just makes me want to watch it more because I'm kind of like Monkey Gouger. I got fed up with it, and with all the wokeness and stuff, you know, they're getting away from what got them there. And, you know, it's like, you know, remember, you know, like, it wasn't broke, you know, don't try to fix it. You know, whatever happened to that saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix
Right.
it. That just seems like that's just gone to the wayside. But this weekend, guys, want to say something for Memorial Day, Steve. Take a minute, you know, when you spend time with your family at a cookout or by the pool or whatever, if you can, try to maybe go to a VFW or try to go to a military cemetery to one of the services, or if you can't do that, just take a minute and say a prayer for the families that lost loved ones that made the ultimate sacrifice for us.
Yep.
And Eagle, I appreciate, you know, the shout out.
And that's what Memorial Day weekend is all about there. All right, Donut Man, we got a news break. It's 844-844-3388.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. A bipartisan border bill is failing to clear the Senate for a second time in months. The Senate voting 43-50 to tank the bill on Thursday, negotiated in the fall by Democrat and Republican senators. Senate Majority Leader from New York, Chuck Schumer, putting the bill on the floor for a vote after it was blocked in February by Republicans. Senator Schumer reacting to the news after his vote went down in flames.
Just like 3 months ago, Senate Republicans rejected the strongest and most comprehensive bipartisan border security bill Congress has seen in a whole generation.
Senate Republicans saying the bill did not do enough to secure the U.S.-Mexico border. Officials in Louisville, Kentucky are providing an update on the arrest of number one ranked golfer Scotty Scheffler at the PGA Championship at Valhalla Golf Club last week. Louisville Police Chief Jacqueline Gwynn Villaroel says the officer who approached Scheffler received corrective action for failing to use his body camera at the time of the arrest.
Detective Gillis did have an encounter, as we know, with Mr. Scotty Scheffler. Detective Gillis should have turned on his body-worn camera, but did not.
President Biden is hosting the President and First Lady of Kenya at the White House Thursday in an effort to strengthen the relationship between the two nations. President Biden saying that the two nations stand together in a time of global conflict.
Kenya and America are also standing united against the terror of ISIS and al-Shabaab perpetrate in East Africa, that they continue to perpetrate in East Africa. The aggression that Russia is inflicting on Ukraine the violence that has toppled too many democracies across both our regions.
Biden also saying the two nations will work together on trade, health security, and the climate. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A one-time foe of former President Donald Trump is endorsing him for the November election. USA's Corey Myers has the details.
Nikki Haley has chosen her side. The former South Carolina governor and GOP presidential candidate said that she would vote for a president who supports freedom and capitalism, who supports our allies and will secure the border.
Trump has not been perfect on these policies. I've made that clear many, many times. But Biden has been a catastrophe. So I will be voting for Trump.
Haley said Trump would be wise to woo her supporters to him, not just assume they will vote for him.
Rutgers President Dr. Jonathan Holloway testified before the House Committee on Education and the Workforce about campus unrest and claims of anti-Semitism.
We condemn anti-Semitism in the strongest terms possible. We do so today. We did so long before October 7th, and we will always do so.
Holloway also defending his decision to negotiate with pro-Palestinian protesters who were camped on the school's property.
We made a choice. That choice was to engage our students through dialogue as a first option instead of police action.
The decision to negotiate with protesters has been criticized by some lawmakers who felt the move was anti-Semitic. At the closing bell on Thursday, the Dow lost 605 points to close at 39.65. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Okay, got us a Friday underway. As we roll into the long holiday weekend, lines available at 844-844-3388. Hello to Rick in Columbus checking in here. Hope you have a good weekend. Let's see. There's Crip Shot. Good Memorial Day weekend, Steve. Truckers, all the listeners, be safe and enjoy from Crip Shot. and all of Newport, Kentucky. Hello, Pappy. Finally checks in. It's TGIF, nocturnal listeners. Let's see. Kim is on board. Kim says, for your information, Trump is coming to the 600 in Charlotte this weekend. Apparently, Biden said he wanted to come too. I had not heard that, really. Well, there'll be a big crowd there, right? No doubt about it. And that'll be his kind of crowd. But it is quite interesting when you see the likes of even CNN saying, hey, this was not expected. Trump shows up in the Bronx on this past evening's CNN's broadcast of AC 360. National correspondent Kirsten Holmes said the turnout for Trump's rally in the Bronx was, quote, a bigger crowd than I think Democrats would like to see. And there were, quote, a number of people that she talked to who said they voted for Biden in 2020, but they're looking for another candidate. Their frustrations with conditions in the economy. Her quote was, well, certainly a bigger crowd than I think Democrats would like to see, particularly given this is one of the bluest counties in the entire country. Now, after stating that there are often people at Trump rallies who aren't necessarily from a given area, and they travel long distances to attend rallies at this event, there were a lot of people here that were actually from the Bronx, she said. Before we even came into the rally, we talked to a number of people outside in the community, and the reaction was really mixed. There were a number of ex-Biden voters who were very unhappy, particularly with the economy, and looking for alternatives to Biden, she said. Now, I hadn't seen that until Donut Man mentioned it. Rappers at the rally in the Bronx supporting Trump yesterday. I'm not familiar with the rap community. Rappers in attendance included Chef G, who endorsed Trump from the stage. Forgatio Blow, Sleepy Hollow. Video of them at the rally went viral Thursday. Forgatio Blow, who sang the song Let's Go Brandon, told reporters that people have grown fed up with the status quo in our inner cities. People are tired. People are poor. People don't have money. They're losing up. People are getting fired. People are getting sick. As reported by CNN, Trump held the rally in the Bronx to make inroads with the black and Hispanic voters, especially in the Bronx, which Democrats have slowly been losing their stronghold on. A Trump campaign official has told CNN that several factors, including the former president's long history of living and working in New York and his efforts to win over minority voters, played into the decision to hold the Bronx rally. The area's proximity to Trump's criminal trial was also a consideration, as was the former president's desire to challenge the status quo in a state that has long voted for Democrats. Trump's insisting that he thinks he has a shot this fall at winning New York, which a Republican presidential nominee has not carried since 1984. Of course, the Bronx, a Democrat stronghold, Trump lost by 68 points in 2020. That margin, though, was down from 4 years earlier when Hillary Clinton carried that county by 79 points. But Trump's improvement was even greater in the South Bronx, where Thursday's rally took place. Biden won the election district or precinct surrounding Crotona Park by 69 points. Clinton carried that same precinct by more than 90 points in 2016. Now, Biden's support with Hispanic voters has been slipping steadily, as reported by the New York Times. Trump edging Biden with Hispanic voters, 46% to 40%. Now, because Latino voters make up just 15% of the electorate, the sample size of the group wouldn't be large enough to assess small differences reliably, but For a subgroup that size, the margin of error would be more like 10 percentage point, which is a pretty big margin of error. But interesting times, huh? So it's getting to be that time of year, right? A lot of folks I see, my neighbors got the cover off their pool this week. Don't pee in the pool. That's always been the motto, right? But there's more there that I did not realize. They come out with this recent a Facebook post warning that peeing in swimming pools is not only gross, but it also causes dangerous chemicals to form that can hurt both the heart and the lungs. Urinating in a pool is dangerous for your heart. Urine and chlorine create dangerous chemicals when they're combined. One of those chemicals is classified as a chemical warfare agent and can damage your heart and lungs. When the uric acid in urine combines with chlorine in swimming pools, it creates toxic chemicals like cyanogen chloride and trichloramine. A 2014 study published in the journal Environmental Science and Technology said that cyanogen chloride can affect multiple organs, lungs, heart, your central nervous system via inhalation. And trichloramine has been associated with acute lung injury in accidental, occupational, or recreational exposures to chlorine-based disinfectants. Cyanogen chloride is a highly toxic form of cyanide, which of course is used as a chemical weapon agent. Both chemical compounds escape from liquid into the air and can create dangerous damage to the respiratory system as well as other organs. It is possible to see effects in other organs if these chemicals are transferred from the lungs into the blood supply and then circulated. The potential exists for acute effects and chronic effects. Both have been documented in swimmers. The experts recommend showering before getting in a pool and reiterate people should leave the water to pee. Hello. So it is important to avoid high traffic pools where hygiene is not properly regulated, as well as outdoor pools where the wind can carry those chemicals into the air. Limit swimming in those pools to 30 minutes or less. That is bizarre. It makes it sound like, don't be going to the water park, the wave pool. Yeah, you've got hundreds and hundreds of people, many of them young kids out there, and you know they're not doing the right thing. It's a no-brainer. But hello to Wheelchair Dave here on a Friday morning.
Hey, Steve. I don't want to take a whole lot of time because I really want to hear all the callers calling in on the special broadcasting Friday here for you. But for you personally, I got to give a super big thank you, and just thank you for your broadcasting skills. Not trying to kiss anything or nothing like that, but you know, you do have those skills and you come out really great. I superly enjoy all your shows and all that you do. So let me call in later. That tap thing you did, that particular version,
yes.
I tell you, it just straight to my heart. I mean, that version, man, it just knocks me down. But anyhow, Ollie in for you, old Doc Holliday. Let's get old Doc Holloway to call in. Let me call in prayers to Spaceman. I'll call back later this morning, Steve. You have a great morning.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Wheelchair Dave, I thank you for being a dedicated listener, part of the program, like everybody else out there. Yeah, it is our final episode here, kind of our Memorial Day edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. I always leave it open for if someone you'd like to call in, a particular, maybe a family member that had paid the ultimate price, somewhere over the years in any field of battle. I'd love to hear some of those stories. And we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Let's see. Good news. The Pennsylvania DOT celebrating the reopening of a section of I-95 in Philadelphia, the one that suffered the catastrophic collapse due to the tanker truck crash and fire. The announcement yesterday that all permanent lanes of I-95 in Northeast Philadelphia will reopen to traffic at 5 a.m. this morning, Friday, in time for the busy Memorial Day holiday. Work to repair that collapsed section's been ongoing since June of last year. As you may recall, June 11 of last year, the tanker truck driver Nathaniel Moody was hauling 8,500 gallons of gasoline northbound on I-95, lost control on a ramp, struck a wall, overturned, resulting in a massive fire that caused severe structural damage to that overpass, resulting in the partial collapse of I-95. That tanker truck was actually buried in the rubble under the overpass. Moody, of course, died in the crash. They were able to reopen 6 temporary lanes of I-95 in June of last year. But as we officially reopen I-95 today, the administration is proud that the partnership displayed between PennDOT, the Biden administration, as well as my own city departments, not only weathered the calamity of I-95's collapse, but we established a model for the coordination of infrastructure. So there you go. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now,
building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
Suffice it to say, anytime a weekend like this gets underway, it's at the kickoff of the summer driving season. There are undoubtedly enforcement efforts, high visibility enforcement efforts taking place all over the country, right? Some of those heavily traveled interstates, you'll see state patrol every few miles along the way. Earlier this week, Tennessee and Georgia police showed off their marked patrol big rigs, taking place at a rest area safety event on this past Monday. The Georgia Department of Public Safety, the Motor Carrier Compliance Division, teamed up with the Tennessee Highway Patrol, trying to educate drivers about highway safety at the I-75 welcome centers there, Georgia and Tennessee. They called it the Share the Road event. The public was invited to try out driving simulators to learn about the importance of safe driving. While taking part in the safety event, they both displayed their marked big rigs. The Georgia DPS truck is a black Kenworth T680, custom blue and red lights, pulling a trailer housing an MCCD driving simulator that's frequently used at educational events. The truck is also used in enforcement details, they say. Tennessee Highway Patrol also used their marked Peterbilt semi-truck outfitted with a police light bar for educational events and enforcement activities. While not present at this week's safety event, the Florida Highway Patrol's Office of Commercial Vehicle Enforcement also has multiple marked semi-trucks that they use for education and patrolling. While it may seem kind of strange for law enforcement agencies to patrol in semi-trucks, police say that higher vantage point allows them to see dangerous behaviors like texting behind the wheel that might be harder to spot from a regular police cruiser. Plus, many drivers are not on their best behavior when operating near a semi-truck the way they should. All right. So, as you're trying to educate folks about the blind spots and tailgating truckers and things of that nature. Okay. How bad might the upcoming hurricane season be? NOAA is predicting 17 to 25 named storms. Good for them this year, with 8 to 13 ramping up to hurricane status, and somewhere between 4 and 7 of those reaching major hurricane status, Category 3 or higher. That's above the average. Average would be 14 named storms, 7 hurricanes, 3 major. Matter of fact, these are the highest ever forecast by the federal agency. In 2020, NOAA had predicted the highest number of storms of all time. That season wound up with 30 named storms, 14 growing into hurricanes. Now, this season, at least potentially, sets up to top that number. Ken Graham, director of the National Weather Service, says that's the highest forecast we've had. It is reason to be concerned, of course, but not alarmed. It's also the second highest forecast they've ever made for accumulated cyclonic energy, a metric that takes into account the power and longevity of storms through the season. The only year that tops this one was 2010. This year, NOAA predicts it could be 150% to 245% of normal. Now, in past years, when we've seen high, they call them ACE numbers, ACE, those have been the years with the strongest hurricanes. Last year, they had called for 14 to 21 named storms, 6 to 11 hurricanes, 2 to 5 major. The final numbers last year were 20 named storms, 7 hurricanes, 3 that actually reached major hurricane strength. There are several factors come together to bake up such an alarming forecast. Just how hot the ocean's expected to be this summer. The peak of hurricane season for Florida is August to October. The heat content, the main development region of the Atlantic, where the majority of storms are born, is running at levels this month that are normally not seen till late in August. Another factor supercharging this season on the global atmospheric phenomenon La Niña, which is typically linked to a more active season in the Atlantic. Last year, the world was in the opposite, El Niño, which typically depresses storm activity in the Atlantic. This year's forecasters say El Nino has faded. La Nina is likely to take its place this summer. As of earlier this month, NOAA predicted there's a 49% chance of La Nina forming by somewhere in the June to August time frame. Nearly 70% chance it could form by the July to September time frame. So a lot of things they're looking into. We've got the warm water. We've got an active monsoon season. You don't expect a whole lot of wind shears. So all these things, we're checking them off the list. That all comes together for a forecast like they released this past day. We'll see. All right, get back to the calls coming up here. Let's see. Hey, Becky. I wonder who that might be. Okay. I believe the Grasshopper wanted to check in. Hasn't been on for a while. Eagle wants to come back. Something he forgot to mention earlier. Let's see. Hoot Hoo sends us a Memorial Day email. All right. Much honor for so many who lost their lives. Many of them just kids out of high school. So sad, so dutiful, but honor to those servicemen and women loving the show. Hoot hoo, thank you for checking in here on a Friday morning, TGIF. Get to some of the other industry headlines, of course, after getting back to your calls just ahead. It's a very divided committee, but we got an update from OOIDA and Landline this past day. This is the committee that's trying to make recommendations about underride guards on big trucks. Held their final meeting on Wednesday this week. We'll give you an update as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds is giving an update about the number of deaths in her state following tornadoes that destroyed dozens of homes and businesses. Governor Reynolds speaking from Greenfield about the next steps.
It was 4 fatalities here and then 1 in Adams County, so a total of 5, and just making sure that everybody's been notified.
Several dozen others were hurt in the storm, but that number is expected to grow. President Biden is speaking alongside the president of Kenya, following a meeting where leaders discuss the economy, technology, climate security, and more. President Biden saying that the United States and Kenya are tightening their economic relationship.
Today we're launching what we're calling the Nairobi, Washington Vision. This initiative is going to bring together international financial institutions and nations from all around the world to mobilize more resources for countries, to open more opportunities to the private sector financing.
This is USA News.
Attention! This is a public notice from the Social Security Disability Helpline. If you're one of the millions of Americans who are disabled and unable to work, you may be eligible for disability benefits from Social Security. Receiving benefits is your right. If you suffer from physical or mental disability, whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied, we can help. We'll evaluate your situation and deal with Social Security on your behalf. Best of all, there's no fee until you receive your benefits. Remember, we only get paid if you win your case. There are many reasons and conditions that may make you eligible for disability benefits. Many of them you may not be aware of. So if you're disabled and unable to work, call now to get started with your free, no-obligation consultation.
800-362-9337. 800-362-9337. That's 800-362-9337.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, indeed. The report out of North Carolina says former President Trump is coming to the Coca-Cola 600 in Charlotte this weekend. A source confirmed. Sunday's race will not be the first crown jewel NASCAR race the former president's attended. Matter of fact, his motorcade led a handful of pace laps prior to the start of the Daytona 500 back in 2020. But his visit to North Carolina, of course, a battleground state, months before what figures to be a hotly contested election between he and Joe Biden. According to a Marist poll conducted in March, Trump held a slight lead over Biden in the Tar Heel state. Now, his expected trip to the racetrack also comes as he remains in and out of courtrooms with the legal battles. In between court appearances, he remains on the campaign trail, most recently in Charlotte on April 20th when he came for a fundraiser. Now a month later, returning to Charlotte for the NASCAR's longest race of the season. The Coca-Cola 600 has long paid tribute to the U.S. military and those who have lost their lives, from pre-race festivities to special paint schemes for fallen service members, names on drivers' cars. It's a weekend known for patriotism. If Mother Nature allows, the race is scheduled to begin at 6 p.m., broadcast on local Fox stations around the country, all right? All right. Hello, Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor. So we're at Casual Friday this morning, or as I guess we're supposed to say, hey, Becky, what day is it? So, I think I saw something about her out there doing her SSDD. She doesn't put it the way the rest of the world does. She's too nice to say it that way, but she does it. She'd do it a clean way for your radio show there, right?
Right.
So anyways. So speaking of your radio show, I see we have some full-time sponsors been installed in between the caller lineup there, the top and the bottom of the hour, the quarter hour stuff there. We got a few different names we're listening to there. So congratulations to those sponsors who finally realized that the best place they can put their advertising money is on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive Show.
Very good.
There's actually live people doing the show, and there's live people listening. So, anyways, but anyway, so I don't know, what do we got going on? Did you say that President Biden was talking about being in Charlotte as well?
Now, somebody on the comment stream said that Trump was going to be in Charlotte, and then that they said they heard Biden wanted to be there too. But wouldn't that be a hoot?
Okay. Can you imagine being at Charlotte in that great big oval and having the chant of "Let's go Biden" for 600 miles?
Let's go, Brandon.
Yeah, that's right. Let's go, Brandon. I'm sorry, I said it the wrong way. I hope everybody else says it the right way. We're just getting going here. We're waking up. It'll take us a minute here. We'll get straightened out here. No, we won't. I always do things wrong. We know that. So anyways, yeah. So what do we got? We got Casual Friday, Memorial Day weekend. This is the weekend I piss off all the sales places because they all do their big Memorial Day sales, and I go in and tell them I'm not here for if I go in, which normally I don't even do, but it's not a weekend of appliance sales. It's not a weekend of car sales. It's certainly a weekend to remember what we're supposed to remember. So yeah, to all family members out there that have military and all that, we're here thinking about you and the ones that have served and all that. So yeah. Anyway, I don't know. So where's all this rain we're supposed to have, Your Honor? I haven't seen any. We had a couple sprinkle showers through the day yesterday, about enough just to turn the wipers on to get the pollen off the windshield, and that was it. And now we're back to seeing the big moon up there. So anyways, I'm glad to see somebody put it back up. I forget who was it that says that to figure out if the moon goes around the world or the world goes around. Which one's moving? Who was it that was contradicting which way?
I think that was Sundance. Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Yes,
that's right. Yeah, the Earth goes around the moon and the moon stays. Yeah, I don't know what between his astronomical things and notice I tried to emphasize the astronomical things and the and his new way of math. Anyways, but actually, I'm just getting down here towards Baltimore a little bit. Roads are wet. Must be it rained in southern Maryland and not northern Maryland. I don't know, but there is a little bit of patchy fog out here. But other than that, no, not a whole lot going on, and I didn't see a whole lot of news. Had some fences to fix yesterday when I got home, so we were out doing that and other odds and ends. And as I said yesterday, we got a wedding to be at. I think it's 4:00 in the afternoon out in western Maryland. So I got to get here and get my load delivered and get my butt back up and park the truck and get things ready. And a wedding at 4:00 in the afternoon somewhere where you got to stay overnight in a hotel just doesn't work out very well.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can't check into the hotel and have time to do everything and then get to the wedding. So you gotta get ready for the wedding before we leave, drive 2 hours down the road, and then go to the wedding. And then after you do all the wedding stuff and all that, then go back and check in I don't think we're going to be back to check into the hotel until like 10, 11 o'clock at night, Your Honor. So I'm hoping all this works out. I think they got it figured out.
On a busy weekend, you better make sure to let them know you're going to be a late check-in, because, I mean, a lot of times once 10 o'clock rolls around, they'll think nobody's showing up and give that room up.
Right. I hear you. So, I don't know. I think being a wedding group that they know they blocked the whole group was set up as a block. So
Okay.
I think they'll probably be all right with that. But yeah, it's just kind of an interesting thing to do. But I guess on Memorial Day weekend, I guess it's glad it's at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, because they'll give us time to get there before all the hopefully heavy traffic starts getting down the road on a Friday, and all the work people should still be at work, and then we'll have Saturday to get home, and all the Memorial Day travelers hopefully will be wherever they're supposed to be being, and then we'll have the rest of the weekend at home to try to get a couple things done. So I don't know. Memorial Day weekend, and I didn't find a parade to take the fire truck to. There's something wrong with that, Your Honor. But maybe I'll have to scour some things and see if there's something going on for Monday or something to get the fire truck to. I need to get it out and get it a couple more exercise days here.
Mm-hmm.
Keep checking things out after getting that big radiator put back up into it. So anyways, I don't know. Other than that, we're just kind of puttering along here, doing our thing, and as I say, things are pretty quiet, and I don't know, temperature's right down because the front did go through. We're down to 61 degrees here, so we're chilled right off nice, and I don't know, so we're doing good. I guess everybody have a good Memorial Day weekend. Take a minute, remember what we're supposed to remember, and
yes,
I guess we'll let you get on with the casual Friday and go out and do your due diligence, Your Honor.
We will do our best. Very good. Have a good weekend there if we don't talk to you again. All right, things kind of active tonight. We've seen, watching numerous tornado warnings. Southeast Nebraska, there's one cell that's, as it's been progressing along, at like 50 miles per hour. This thing is flat out moving. But they continue to see radar-indicated circulation. I'm not seeing any confirmed tornado on the ground yet, but it's prompted like 5 consecutive warnings, and this latest one just came in here a moment ago. Lancaster County and Seward County. Those are both in southeast Nebraska. So, again, this is, let's see, radar indicated about 6 miles west of Seward, Nebraska, moving east at 50 miles per hour. So, so if you're in the area, take shelter, right? The tornado sirens wailing in the early morning hours of a Friday there. It is 844-3388. Yeah, the Grasshopper wanted to check in here. How we doing, Grasshopper?
We're doing just fine up here on I-80, trucking eastbound back to Lafayette. Get my night over with. Got one more to go, though.
One more? Okay.
One more to go, Monday through Friday. The LTL business. Yeah. That moon, I don't know. I've been watching. It just looks like it's lower in the south this year than it normally has been. I don't know. Probably just my imagination. Anyway, opened up my pool last weekend. I never opened it up that early before, but it's already up to 84 degrees. Had some nice warm weather.
Now, is that with the solar cover on it to warm it up?
No, just the sun did it this week.
Really?
Because it was in the mid 80s all this week up here. I did put the solar cover on it the other day after I cleaned all the dang leaves after that windstorm came through the other night. So then I put the solar cover on it. But yeah, I usually start mine out. I shock it. Let that run for 24 hours, backwash it every so often. And then I get a 90-day algicide from Menards, and then I put that in with a chlorine tablet. And that 90-day algicide, I swear by it. I I don't have to add any algicide the rest of the year. Pretty good stuff. So you might check into that. But once I do all that, my pool's pretty much just easy to take care of. Of course, I know you've had a pool for years too. So.
Right. Some years are better than others. I felt lucky last year. I didn't have any issues with much of anything. Like just got it opened up to kind of like you did, and just throw a 3-inch tablet in there every few days, and that was it.
Yeah. Yeah. It'd be nice if you didn't have any trees around, but that Delphi murder thing there, I guess they pushed that off till October now. It's supposed to start this month, but they wanted a speedy trial, but something happened, they put it off again, so I don't know if that guy's guilty or not, but there's a lot going on with that.
Wow. I mean, how many years? That's been, what, 5-6 years now? It's been a long time.
I think it's going on at least probably 7 now, and I think he's been behind bars for almost 2, getting close to 2 years.
Wow. And
you're not supposed to hold somebody that long without having a trial, are you?
I surely wouldn't think.
Oh, one other thing. I was going to mow my yard last night, and my rider, I've been fighting the battery all since season started, and it gets now where it'll start, but last night it wouldn't engage the blades. So I'm hoping, I went and bought a new battery, and I'm hoping that'll take care of that. So maybe somebody else knows more about that kind of stuff than I do, but.
Well, normally, I mean, most cases, the blades are the belt-driven thing, right? It's like, has the belt slipped the clutch or something, maybe?
I don't think so, no. I know that when you sit on the seat, there's a idiot light that comes on for the safety switch.
Yeah.
And when you turn the key on, the idiot light will go off. It won't start then. And there's no more jumping it. So I don't know if the battery needs enough juice to run all that other stuff. Or I guess it's all electronic, I suppose. I don't. Like I said, maybe somebody knows. I'm hoping that's all I need, just the battery and everything will go good. But I wanted to get it mowed before the weekend, but it didn't happen. I want to play this weekend. I don't want to have to work.
Exactly. Yeah, I want to get out there and enjoy that pool. 84 degrees already. What the? All right.
I know. Yeah. All right. Well, I guess it's Eagles' turn.
Indeed. All right. Well, hey,
I will let you go.
Have a great weekend. Appreciate you checking in, Grasshopper. And we'll be right back. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration,
emissions.
The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, the Divided Committee, created to provide recommendations on how to reduce the number of underride crashes, held their final meeting this week, Wednesday. The committee members will now turn their attention to drafting two reports, one from the majority and another from the opposing perspective. The Advisory Committee on Underride Protections. Their task is providing the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration with their recommendations by June 30th. Lee Jackson, the committee's chairman, plans to draft the majority opinion, which includes suggesting a side underride guard mandate. Expected to put his proposal in by June 18th. Committee members Jeff Bennett and Doug Smith will then have until June 27 to draft a dissenting opinion that points out operational hurdles and a lopsided cost-benefit analysis that was issued by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Underride crashes most commonly occur when a car slides underneath a tractor-trailer. Regulations already require rear underride guards, but they're considering the idea of, as we know, side underride guards. Now, the very need for two reports illustrates the committee's division throughout this whole process. Congress included a provision to create the Underride Committee in the 2021 Infrastructure and Jobs Act. Once the members were selected, it did not require a fortune teller to predict many of the issues would become contentious. 3 of the committee's original 16 members have lost loved ones in underride-related crashes. In addition, several of the members have long lobbied for a side underride guard mandate. Now, Smith is an OIDA board member, is the only truck driver on the committee. While truck safety groups advocate for the equipment, a recently published cost-benefit analysis leads to questions of practicality. Last year, when they issued their advance notice of proposed rulemaking that considered requiring these guards, the preliminary research provided by the Highway Traffic Safety Administration indicated the annual cost of the mandate would be as much as $1.2 billion, while saving fewer than 20 lives each year. Proponents of the mandate argue that that analysis is flawed, that the number of underride crashes is underreported. Opponents contend that side underride guards are effective only at low speed and at specific angles. In addition, the guards could lead to unintended consequences and create operational hurdles, such as a trailer getting stuck on railroad tracks. Bennett, who's representing the motor vehicle engineers on the committee, delivered a presentation that showed an unsuccessful side underride guard test from April of last year. In the test, the side guard was unable to prevent a Ford Fiesta traveling at 45 miles per hour at a 45-degree angle from traveling underneath the trailer. Some members of the committee actually attended the test. Bennett was critical of them for not openly disclosing the results in previous meetings. One committee member representing motor vehicle crash investigators later presented successful tests where the car was traveling at under 40 miles per hour. So that committee must now use the information they've compiled over 6 meetings to draft their respective reports. Those recommendations will come from votes on numerous motions introduced during those 6 meetings. At the April meeting, Kiefer introduced motions to recommend the Highway Traffic Safety Administration require all new semi-trailers and all semi-trailers manufactured after 1998 to be equipped with side underride guards. So that's retrofitting literally millions of trailers. Both of those motions passed. Curiously, however, the committee also voted at the April meeting to ask the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration to withdraw their advance notice of rulemaking and redo the cost-benefit analysis. That would seemingly slow down any efforts to complete a final rule. That's where things stand at this point in time. But yes, indeed, we'll get back to the calls ahead at 844-844-3388. First, we'll take care of a news break on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. A bipartisan border bill is failing to clear the Senate for a second time in months. The Senate voting 43-50 to tank the bill on Thursday, negotiated in the fall by Democrat and Republican senators. Senate Majority Leader from New York, Chuck Schumer, putting the bill on the floor for a vote after it was blocked in February by Republicans. Senator Schumer reacting to the news after his vote went down in flames.
Just like 3 months ago, Senate Republicans rejected the strongest and most comprehensive bipartisan border security bill Congress has seen in a whole generation.
Senate Republicans saying the bill did not do enough to secure the U.S.-Mexico border. Officials in Louisville, Kentucky are providing an update on the arrest of number 1 ranked golfer Scotty Scheffler at the PGA Championship at Valhalla Golf Club last week. Louisville Police Chief Jacqueline Gwynn Villaroel says the officer who approached Scheffler received corrective action for failing to use his body camera at the time of the arrest.
Detective Gillis did have an encounter, as we know, with Mr. Scotty Scheffler. Detective Gillis should have turned on his body-worn camera, but did not.
President Biden is hosting the President and First Lady of Kenya at the White House Thursday in an effort to strengthen the relationship between the two nations. President Biden saying that the two nations stand together in a time of global conflict.
Kenya and America are also standing united against the terror of ISIS and al-Shabaab perpetrate in East Africa, that they continue to perpetrate in East Africa. The aggression that Russia is inflicting on Ukraine, the violence that has toppled too many democracies across both our regions.
Biden also saying the two nations will work together on trade, health security, and the climate. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A one-time foe of former President Donald Trump is endorsing him for the November election. USA's Corey Myers has the details.
Nikki Haley has chosen her side. The former South Carolina governor and GOP presidential candidate said that she would vote for a president who supports freedom and capitalism, who supports our allies and will secure the border.
Trump has not been perfect on these policies. I've made that clear many, many times. But Biden has been a catastrophe. So I will be voting for Trump.
Haley said Trump would be wise to woo her supporters to him, not just assume they will vote for him.
Rutgers President Dr. Jonathan Holloway testified before the House Committee on Education and the Workforce about campus unrest and claims of anti-Semitism.
We condemn anti-Semitism in the strongest terms possible. We do so today. We did so long before October 7th, and we will always do so.
Holloway also defending his decision to negotiate with pro-Palestinian protesters who were camped on the school's property.
We made a choice. That choice was to engage our students through dialogue as a first option instead of police action.
The decision to negotiate with protesters has been criticized by some lawmakers who felt the move was anti-Semitic. At the closing bell on Thursday, the Dow lost 605 points to close at 39.65. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, what do you say? Hey, we got a Friday as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Good to have you on board around the country. Around the country, it is 844-844-3388. Roki chimes in as we head into the Memorial Day weekend. Coming up Monday. Remember the World War II vets? My late uncle was a volunteer, as many were then. He was interviewed by Congress for his role in the Battle of the Bulge. Specifically, when U.S. forces crossed the Ludendorff Bridge, March 8th, 1945. Fascinating. Okay, Eagle wanted to mention something he forgot a bit earlier. Yes, Eagle, what can we do for you?
Yeah, I wanted to say a couple of things, Steve. I noticed that I was looking on Facebook after I hung up with you. I wanted to, I didn't get a chance to tell you. I said to the veterans, have a happy Veterans Day, Memorial Day. But I seen the red, white, and blue shirt you got on the Facebook. And I'm gonna have to stop at Walmart tomorrow somewhere and try to get me some kind of shirt or something tomorrow. A flag, a red, white, and blue T-shirt or something before I get home. Well, get to Texas, so hopefully I can find something at Walmart tomorrow. But yeah, Steve, I want to talk about some safety issues before. We've talked about this before, but I seen an accident yesterday, and it concerns the rest areas at these. Okay, now I seen a four-wheeler ran up under the DOT. The back bumper of a trailer at a rest area the other day when I was in Tennessee, going into the rest area. You know, sometimes these people are sleepy or either they might have been drinking or anything. If you go park on a ramp, I've heard other callers say the same thing. You need to park on the ramp that's leading out of the rest area because the speeds are a lot lower. When you're parking on these ramps with trucks coming into these rest area, this guy might be running 65, 70 miles an hour, kind of like that situation that happened down in Texas Georgia a couple of weeks ago, where that guy, he was running full speed. I couldn't believe how fast he was going in that video. And that guy, he killed that guy in his sleep. He never even knew what hit it. Some of these guys come into these rest areas, man, I don't know what the hell they be thinking about when they pull in there. But, yeah, I always pull in when it's Steve. It's best to sleep on the outside ramp leading out than to go in the inside. And one other thing about truck driving, Steve, something, Donald Trump, I know he's always said good things about truck drivers. Hopefully Donald Trump, hopefully he can have a rally, with truck drivers. And a good place would be over there, in Wildcat, Iowa, the world's biggest truck stop. I guarantee you Donald Trump would fill that place up. There would be so many damn trucks there. You probably couldn't even get into the damn truck stop. It'd be so full. But yeah, Donald Trump, he needs to try to hold a rally because truck drivers, we need to get our voice heard, especially with the comments that Joe Biden made this week. We need to get our voice heard that truck drivers need to all get together and, let people know that we're going to be voting for Trump because we want to, we want to keep our jobs and plus we want to keep America rolling. So, like I say, hopefully Donald Trump, hopefully him and his people before the election, they can get together and maybe have a rally at one of these truck stops in America and get these truck drivers together and make these people realize who the best candidate is for the White House. And thank you for taking my call tonight.
Thank you very much, Eagle. Again, have a good weekend. Safe travels out there. All right, we don't typically hear from Philip here on Friday mornings. But he did correctly last evening when he chimed in, say that Boeing is now targeting June 1st for the Starliner capsule mission. That date is not per se set in stone, though. Yeah, the flight date called Crew Flight Test, CFT, It's been in a lot of flux recently. As we know, scheduled to lift off on May the 6th. And then called off about, 2 hours before the launch. A misbehaving valve in the upper stage. They replaced the valve, which required rolling the Starliner back off the pad. That pushed the planned liftoff to the 17th of May. That next target was shifted to May 21st. After a small helium leak was detected, the launch team soon adjusted the target again to the 25th, which was supposed to be Saturday, tomorrow, saying more time was needed to assess the leak. Then Tuesday, NASA announced that Saturday was no longer an option, did not give a new target launch date. In an update Wednesday evening, they provided a June 1 at 12:25 p.m. There are backup opportunities on June the 2nd, then June 5 and June 6, they said. These dates are preliminary as team members continue to analyze data and map out potential paths forward. Just had a lot of delays there, but all right, so we'll see if June 1 they can successfully get that done. Carl, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Steve. I appreciate you taking my call. I just wanted to briefly tell a little story about my uncle who died in Vietnam in 1968. He was 19 years old, and I was about 6 at the time, a little over 6 years old. But I remember he was home, well, actually not home, but he had came to visit me and my dad and mom and my 2 brothers there in Chicago, Illinois, for a brief visit after one tour of duty that he did over in Vietnam. He'd already been there once and had received some numerous medals and this, that, and the other, but he was getting ready to leave out again, and he came for a brief, about a 4 or 5 day visit, I think it was. He was there in Chicago, Illinois, and I remember that me and my dad took him back to the airport, and we got on the plane, and back then you could do things a lot different than you do now. The cockpit, the pilot was sitting there, and he enjoyed watching me and my dad get on the plane, and my uncle, he was in his full dress uniform there, Army. But we had went into the cockpit and talked to the pilot a little bit, and while my uncle was going back to his seat, and then me and my dad went back to his seat there, and to say, some words before we left. And me and my dad were the 2 last family members that saw him alive. And we went back there, talked to him, and he grabbed a hold of me. I remember this, Steve. He grabbed a hold of me, and he said, grow up quick, son, because we're going to need you.
Wow.
We're going to need you over there. And I didn't know what he meant at that time. I didn't know. But I know now. I know what he meant. He was going back into a buzzsaw. And he knew it. He knew what he was about to have to do. And I just think it's a shame that we don't have a better objective when we go into situations like that, to save our people, to do what we need to do. That was a bad situation over there. It took a lot of lives. And we don't have proper objectives sometimes when we're doing these things. And it's like when we're telling Israel to do this and that about what they're doing over there. Israel has to do what they have to do. They know better what they need to do than we do. And we shouldn't be interfering with that. And they've lost a lot of people over there daily through daily attacks. Israel has lost a lot of people, and we shouldn't be doing what we're doing over there in Israel by putting money into Hamas. Hamas is stealing all of that, nearly every bit of that aid that we're sending over there. We don't have the proper objective. You know, we don't have the proper. There's a proper way of doing things. It's like when we left Afghanistan, we didn't have a proper plan to leave Afghanistan, and therefore 13 of our soldiers got killed in that. And it's amazing to me how we don't have proper planning when we're going into these operations, and our service members are caught up in this mess, and that all they can do is just pull the trigger and die. You know, I mean, that's all they can do, because they'd only have a certain plan. He lasted 4 months after he went over there again, and yeah, of course, he received a lot of citations, a lot of medals and stuff. His Silver Star, his Bronze Star, his couple Purple Hearts. You know, a lot of meritorious service and awards and all of this, and you know, he ended up being a medic in the final battle that he was in over there with his people. He was having to shut wounds up and bouncing from one man to another, trying to save lives and fight off the enemy, you know, as well at the same time. And it's just horrible reading some of the letters that detailed the battles that he had been in, and it's just a mess. I mean, when you look at it all and you say, well, you know, they've been there and they've done that, and it's over now. You know, and they're laying there, you know, 19 years old, you know, and it's just a shame. It really is. It's a total shame what our men have to go through, our men and women have to go through. But I did my little service part there with the Air Force of 1986 to 1990, and I had already formed political opinions before I'd even gotten in. I'd left when I was 24 years old and went in, and George Bush Sr. was the president then at that time, and so he was, and Reagan was a part of it, but Reagan, they had an election there, and George Bush was the vice president, so he got to be president on the election, but in 1988. But he had some defense budget cuts, and we were already running low on a lot of things. But we had already ran low on a lot of equipment, and our equipment was bad, and a lot of things were going on at that time, and it was right before our first war in the Persian Gulf. They had went through some defense budget cuts, and it was strange because we needed those weapons that we needed. I mean, I was loading. I was a weapons loader on aircraft, on F-15s and A-10s, and really it was just amazing the equipment, how bad it was during that time. But I just decided not to re-enlist, and so that's how I got out. I mean, it was just amazing what was going on. But sometimes I kind of wish I stayed in, but other times I'm glad I got out. But it's just strange how political things cause problems, and it really is. That movie Forrest Gump, it details a little bit about what was going on with our young people in this country at that time, as well, with drugs and things of that nature. This country was in really, really bad shape. Demonstrations, and we're getting back to that. This point now, where we're at now, we've run a full circle, and we're coming back to the demonstrations and the wartime things that we did in Vietnam.
Yep.
You know, I'm seeing a lot of it coming back on us right now, and it's amazing how it's happening so fast. And we're on the cusp of World War III, and some people just don't even know how close we can be to that. But we've got a leader right now in Washington. His name's Joe Biden, and he is not a leader. He's terrible, and he's actually going to cause us a lot more trouble than what we know, even after he's gone out of office. But I just can't imagine what this country would be like if he wins another election. It's just going to be terrible. But I just thought I'd share that story about my uncle with you. Things were a lot different back then, and but we seem to be coming back to that point again. But getting back to the aircraft too, the Chicago O'Hare Airport, they used to have a place, and this is kind of unsafe, but they used to have a place at the end of the runway where there's a picnic area at the end of the runway where people could go and eat and just watch the planes come in and take off over your head, you know, and it was just amazing how easy that was back then. You could just find you a parking spot, you know, and just have fun, you know, throw a frisbee if you wanted to, or you know, just have fun with your family as a picnic and watch the planes, you know, as they come in and go. But nowadays you're not gonna see that going on. I mean, that's just there's too many people have gotten to the point to where they want to do something stupid.
Yep.
You know, and it causes a lot of problems. And I'll just get off here. Thank you for your time there, Steve.
All right,
Appreciate
and
you,
thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, Carl, thanks for sharing memories. The memories kind of come rushing back in, right? All right, news break, a couple minutes away here, and phone lines open at 844-844-3388. Earlier this week, the word came down. The Pentagon was accusing Russia of deploying a space weapon, a satellite sort of weapon that's kind of on the same trajectory, kind of following one of our spy satellites. Russia's top arms control diplomat dismissing that as fake news. The assertion by the U.S. that Russia launched a weapon into low Earth orbit. The Kremlin has flatly denied assertions by U.S. officials that Moscow's developing a space-based anti-satellite nuclear weapon. But it was Tuesday, Space Command said Russia had launched an anti-satellite weapon. Russia's actions in space conform to international law, says the Kremlin. Noting that Russia had repeatedly proposed a ban on any weapons in space, and that Washington had dismissed its suggestions on the subject. The U.S. pointed to a launch earlier this month of a Soyuz rocket from Russia's launch site. The Defense Ministry said on the 17th the launch had a spacecraft on board, but didn't give any details on what it was. U.S. Space Command says it was likely a counter-space weapon capable of tracking other satellites. Russia's deputy foreign minister says, I don't think we should respond to any fake news from Washington. The Americans can say whatever they want, but our policy does not change from this. I mean, who's fooling who? Can't trust anything the Russians say, right? Can they trust anything we say? That it goes two different ways, doesn't it? All right, I'm flipping back over. We've been, again, tracking some of these tornado warnings coming in, now moving out of east central Nebraska on over into west central portions of Iowa this morning. This same cell has been tracking for nearly a couple of hours now, prompting tornado warning county after county. So this one continues till the top of the hour, 4 o'clock Eastern or 3 a.m. Central Time. Again, for Monona County, west central Iowa, and the adjoining counties in east central Nebraska there. Radar indicated quarter-size hail coming with this cell, so and just based on the number of hours it's been prompting warnings, I'd take it serious. In the meanwhile, it is 844-844-3388. Had a semi stopped on Interstate 5 in Seattle this past morning. He was looking to corral some chickens that were escaping. Apparently, there was a hole in the trailer. Interstate 5 in Seattle, Washington, about 7:45 this past morning. According to KIRO7, officers described the incident as a chicken alert on social media. Officers worked with the truck driver to capture the initial wave of escaped chickens, but soon realized there were more chickens getting out, one after another. They had to get a ladder. The truck driver did stand outside the trailer, making sure there were no more chickens escaping, as police worked with them to help patch up the hole. Drivers were asked to use caution in the case of any missed chickens. Chickens on the side of the road. That reminded me of Scarecrow's old chicken truck song he brought up about a week ago. All right, so we'll close out another segment here, news break at the bottom of the hour, and we'll come back with open lines at 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive on a Friday, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds is giving an update about the number of deaths in her state following tornadoes that destroyed dozens of homes and businesses. Governor Reynolds speaking from Greenfield about the next steps.
Was 4 fatalities here and then 1 in Adams County, so a total of 5, and just making sure that everybody's been notified.
Several dozen others were hurt in the storm, but that number is expected to grow. President Biden is speaking alongside the president of Kenya following a meeting where leaders discuss the economy, technology, climate security, and more. President Biden saying that the United States and Kenya are tightening their economic relationship.
Today we're launching what we're calling the Nairobi Washington Vision. This initiative is going to bring together international financial institutions and nations from all around the world to mobilize more resources for countries, to open more opportunities to the private sector financing.
This is USA News.
Attention! This is a public notice from the Social Security Disability Helpline. If you're one of the millions of Americans who are disabled and unable to work, you may be eligible for disability benefits from Social Security. Receiving benefits is your right. If you suffer from physical or mental disability, whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied, we can help. We'll evaluate your situation and deal with Social Security on your behalf. Best of all, there's no fee until you receive your benefits. Remember, we only get paid if you win your case. There are many reasons and conditions that may make you eligible for disability benefits. Many of them you may not be aware of. So if you're disabled and unable to work, call now to get started with your free, no-obligation consultation.
800-362-9337. 800-362-9337. That's 800-362-9337.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
The pullers and fans are making their plans. Those who promote are making their notes. But the business of pulling is still business, and where sponsorship is concerned, business is booming. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. Well, this week's report is just one long commercial. But no apologies from behind this microphone, because these are companies and organizations you need to know because of their investment in our great motorsport. Returning for the 2024 NTPA Championship Pulling Circuit are Case IH, the official farm equipment brand of the NTPA. Case IH's productivity-enhancing products include tractors, combines and harvesters, hay and forage equipment, tillage tools, planting and seeding systems, sprayers and applicators, site-specific farming tools, and utility vehicles. Hot Shot Secret, the official fuel additive of the NTPA. Hot Shot Secret is founded on the principle that fixing engine problems and improving customers' lives are top priorities. Products improve engine performance while solving problems that competitors' products cannot fix. Mack Trailer, the nation's foremost manufacturer of steel and aluminum dump, transfer, flatbed, and drop deck trailers, straight truck bodies, and pneumatic and liquid fertilizer tank trailers, with support for wreck, repair and service, used and leased trailers, and aftermarket parts. O'Reilly Auto Parts, the official auto parts store of the NTPA, has become one of the largest specialty retailers of automotive parts, tools, supplies, equipment, and accessories in the United States. Cowtail is a chewy candy snack stick filled with cream. Enjoy original caramel or one of the other flavors, including chocolate brownie, strawberry smoothie, caramel apple, and honey bun. Senpico Lubricants, American-made products, continue to protect billions of dollars worth of their customers' agricultural, construction, and trucking equipment. Ag Protect One Crop Insurance, changing the way farmers view crop insurance. Stop Fire, the world's best fire extinguisher, is the only multi-shot clean agent fire extinguisher on the market. And joining the NTPA family of sponsors beginning in 2024 are Beck's Hybrids, the official seed company of the NTPA, was founded in 1937 outside Atlanta, Indiana, and has become the nation's third largest seed brand. Beck's helps farmers achieve success from generation to generation through authentic customer experiences, product diversity, practical farm research, seed quality, precision technology, and field performance. Wix Filters manufactures more than 210 million filters each year and ships them to customers in over 80 countries. Wix employs more than 3,500 passionate and dedicated associates who help make the best filters in the world. The Wix Racing Filters catalog covers the full line of Wix Racing oil, air, and fuel filters, along with a Wix line of cast aluminum racing mounting bases. Mitas Tires has designs and sizes for agricultural equipment, material handling machines, construction vehicles, and motorcycles. U.S. Army dedicates its energy in 4 focus areas: warfighting, delivering ready combat formation, continuous transformation, and strengthening the profession. We thank each of these companies and organizations for seeing NTPA Championship Pulling as a way of reaching the heartland of America with their message. In large part due to this explosion of interest in truck and tractor pulling, the NTPA will increase its 2024 end-of-season payout by over $115,000 across its Grand and Regional National Series. So remember, pulling fans and competitors, to support the companies that support the sport you love. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Okay, back at it here. 24th day of May, entering the Memorial Day weekend, of course. And lines available at 844-844-3388. Larry, got your email. I'm guessing this must be a family member, something similar to what Carl was just describing about his uncle at 19 years old. It's a link to the Wall of Faces from the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Fund. Photograph, Robert Edward Monahan. Born February 15 of 1947. Lost his life May 28th of 1967 in the Marine Corps. Yep. Remembered as one of the Walking Dead. Tribute to Robert Monahan. He's on page 172 of We Are the Walking Dead, the story of the 1st Battalion, 9th Marines. It will be published in the summer of 2024, so this is just about to come out, right? He'll be honored at our reunion in San Diego on Saturday, August 24th of 2024. So what is the name of that? We Are the Walking Dead. So many that lost their lives there, right? Yeah, being cut down by the buzzsaw. All right, following the first quarter results, the heads of 2 of the nation's largest truckload fleets provided some constructive market commentary at a Wednesday investor conference this week. They said the long slog back to market equilibrium continues as the industry slowly purges still the excess capacity that was added during the freight boom during COVID. By no means am I here saying I think we're at a turning point or an inflection point, but I do believe, just like it took a long time to get this low, and we stayed this low for this long, it's taken us a while to maybe pick up on some of the signals that are out there in front of us that seem to be more positive. According to the chairman and CEO of Werner Enterprises, he pointed to a notable decline in the number of trucks posted on load boards during the past couple of months and a more normal tightening in capacity during International Road Check. The 72-hour road check last week. He also said recent customer conversations have been positive, that all the discount retailers Werner serves are under dedicated contracts have increased their truck counts this year. Meanwhile, it's Mark Rourke, Schneider National's president and CEO, said the company has been able to capture some low single-digit price increases on contract renewals in their one-way truckload business. We think that's someplace we can build on as we get through the rest of the allocation season. He noted some of the price increases corresponded to lost share within certain customer accounts, but that overall they've been able to positively navigate the bid season so far. I said they have completed roughly 40% of their one-way contractual negotiations this year. He said some price renewals move higher, but not across the board. It's seen less pressure from shippers to reduce rates, a decline in customer churn, and improved bid compliance from previously awarded freight. Now, this time around, we're not seeing the same level of dislocation. All right, Werner's bid season will be half completed by the end of the second quarter, and they went into some of the numbers. He said most spot freight is on load boards and not reflective of the drop trailer and other engineered solutions the big carriers offer. As such, he doesn't think contract rates need to reset lower than spot rates for the cycle to actually turn. Okay, both carriers have more than 60% of their trucking assets placed under contractual dedicated agreements, a lot of dedicated freight. It is 17 before the hour, and it is 844-844-3388. Good morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Did you get the email I sent you there about the Georgia Broadcasting, or the Georgia Public Service, whatever they call that? It was a broadcast about how we got tangled up in the Afghanistan war and all that. I don't know if you had time to look at it or even received it.
I think you sent me a couple things yesterday. And
yeah. Okay. Yeah, because a guy by the name of Najibullah, he took over Afghanistan first with the help of the Soviet Union, and then he got assassinated, and the Soviet Union basically thought we had something to do with it, I guess. But that was when we were having trouble in Iran, and the Soviet Union thought for sure we would invade Iran to get the hostages back, and felt like that we wouldn't stop at Iran, we would invade into Afghanistan. That touched off the whole Soviet Union invasion of Afghanistan and the war there. They, at that time, there in Azerbaijan and the other, where the Iranian guys crashed last week, that used to be a nuclear test site for the old Soviet Union. And the other night I kept referring to it as Russia, because for years that's just kind of the way people referred to it as shorthand. But then whenever I heard the person talking about the Afghanistan thing and get killed over in Vietnam, he had an uncle killed over in Vietnam. The area that he was talking about The Walking Dead, I didn't know that book was coming out. But up next to the DMZ, that's in I-Corps, that's where the Marines fought, and DMZ used to be called the Dead Marine Zone. And I had a classmate that went in the Navy to be a corpsman, and they pulled him from the Mediterranean and sent him over to be with the Marine battalions up there, and he was sprayed with Agent Orange, and then he had some problems with that, and they had him basically in the hospital there, and he's talking about that. Well, there was a Marine next to him said, "Man, you look terrible," because he had a reaction with that Agent Orange, and he said the Marine was over. He said it had shrapnel all through him, and they were having to pick the shrapnel out of him, and he just found that odd that I don't know what the Agent Orange would do to him particularly, but several of our people got sprayed with Agent Orange over there, and I still haven't figured out why they thought that the Agent Orange was a good idea, because deforesting the jungle wasn't going to get them to where they wanted to be, because most of those people were traveling in the tunnels underneath the surface. So I was trying to think what the Operation Ranch Hand is what they called it. OC-123s. They fitted them out with spray gear on that. So I don't know if you've ever seen any pictures of that or not, but they would fly in formation, and even the Navy and the Marine pilots going back to the carriers, whenever they would fly through all that spray. I mean, when I look back at that and think about it, I can't believe how cavalier, I guess you'd say, that they were about that spray. And even odder was that the people at the Pentagon said, well, it's not toxic to humans. And I don't know where they came up with that, because the same time they were spraying it in Vietnam, it had been banned here in the United States, because it was a combination. They had several different combinations. They were all herbicides. The most common ingredient was 2,4,5-T, or the brush killers. There's some 2,4-D in there. I've forgotten all the different combinations, but each combination of barrel had a ring around it. And the Agent Orange, that had the orange ring around it. And that's why they called it Agent Orange. But, the people loading the planes and everything else, our people had a world of problems even after Vietnam with it. And the people in Vietnam, one of the things that they had that left the problem with that was, for some reason, they would have the cleft palate, or the hair lip, as they would call it, and that's one of the birth defects that Agent Orange would cause. But and it took them forever even to admit that it caused a problem. And some of the veterans from Vietnam, they did get some compensation for it, but most of them didn't, and it didn't do any good to their livers either. So anyway, that was just a brief thing there. We talked about the stuff that's going on over there in Vietnam way back when, and that was a war that nobody really knew too much about why it was started or what they hoped to accomplish. But whatever it was, they kind of left Vietnam with a tail between the legs, and that led to a lot of other problems. Whenever George H.W. Bush took over from Ronald Reagan, I don't know how he managed to do that, but Ronald Reagan had at least, of all the things he did, good, bad, and indifferent, the one thing that he did do was he caused the Soviet Union to collapse and to get on a different path. And rather than being so adversarial, at least begin to cooperate with the world, I guess you would say, cut down on all their little adventuresome wars all around the world. And then George H.W. Bush came along, and he ran against, I don't know if you remember the guy that's always been governor of Massachusetts there. He had that Beetle Bailey tank in Chicago or something. And that was a famous photo of the 88 presidential election. Well, shoot, I can't even think of the guy's name now. That's how insignificant he was, really. I don't know why the Democrats picked him. But when George H.W. Bush took over, I don't think it was 6 months before he had a fight going over in a war going over in the Balkans. And I never did really understand that, because that's whenever he had all the ethnic wars, and that went into the Clinton administration. And the famous thing about Hillary Clinton claiming she was under par in one of those states over there. But the big thing was the peace dividend that all of us were expecting just evaporated, and we were back at war once again. And Afghanistan there, that was one of them that came along there, and the of course Carter was there before Reagan, and we'd fought on the side there of the Mujahideen. That's where Osama bin Laden came from. So when you look at, you can see the thread all back through it. You can only say hindsight's 20/20. And I just that now today, for the life of me, I have no idea what that they're planning to accomplish, or Biden thinks he's accomplishing all around the world. But we just have the same thing going on again. The whole deal with Iran and all these proxy wars that they're supporting. So, and they're talking about the nuclear, Iran's nuclear program and stuff. I myself be a little bit suspicious of knowing that area up there where that helicopter crashed with Iran, that's some of the old Soviet nuclear test sites. I looked up a little bit more, and they said, there's no way that Iran could make weapons grade uranium or something, and we really don't know what was left up there. So I just question why they were flying a helicopter up there in that mountainous terrain in inclement weather, because helicopters aren't easy to fly. I don't even know how they stay in the air sometimes, because, if you lose the tail rotor, it's going to be spinning around. And if you lose the main lift rotor, it's going down. And when you get, I know you have some pilots out there listening and everything. Are you familiar with the term thermals as it relates to aircraft and stuff? But basically, you follow weather a lot, and you know how you get the heated surfaces, and like you're over pavement and that type of thing. You've seen heat waves coming up from the ground. Then you get over a lake, and all of a sudden, or a body of water, and then you don't have that, so you don't have all that rough air, and depending on the density of the air, that's what gives the aircraft lift. And helicopters fly down to where they pick up a lot of thermals, and mountains have a lot of thermals. So,
and if you can't see in front of your face, though, because supposedly they were helicopter in dense fog, they don't work very well. And yeah, I know when for like we call it air care. If you get your helicopter, hospital helicopters. I mean, if there's foggy conditions, they might call, but they say no. We can't. Yeah, and back in the day when we actually had helicopter traffic. Hell, it seems like all the radio stations, television, everybody had helicopter traffic, but on many a foggy mornings, couldn't put the helicopter in the air in foggy conditions. Not a good recipe, but all right, quickly, and before we get back to your calls, on a Friday morning, plenty of room for you at 844-3388. This whole woke ideology. Leave it to none other than the likes of Illinois. Democrat state lawmakers are hoping to change a 2009 bill to kind of reclassify the term we use for criminals. It's not nice to call the bad guy an offender, right? Fox News reporting that House Bill 4409, which is being sponsored by several Democrats, will amend the Illinois Crime Reduction Act's references from offenders. You will not call them offenders any longer. We will now call them justice-impacted individuals. Oh, he's a justice-impacted individual. Why? It's criminal is the term. An offender, right? Committed a robbery or a rape or a murder. We can't call him an offender. It would also add members to the Adult Redeploy Illinois Oversight Board from the Illinois Department of Corrections, the Illinois Department of Human Services, and the Cook County Adult Probation Departments, as well as 2 members who have personal experience with the adult redeploy Illinois system. As the Illinois is being led by Governor Pritzker. They noted that Pritzker has long been criticized for his, yes, soft on crime policies. It's also important to note Illinois, as we know, became the first state in the nation to eliminate cash bail last September. I mean, statewide, the entire state. When speaking of the effort to reclassify some offenders as justice-impacted individuals, Republican Senator Steve McClure said there seems to be this rush to take away all accountability for people that commit crimes in this state. If a person's going to get on the right path, they have to know they did something wrong. Yeah, this apologizing for the criminal, the person who chooses to commit crimes, to the detriment of the actual victims out there. People don't choose to be victims of crimes. This is absolutely incredible. But yeah, there's a handful of Democrats sponsoring that, and I'm guessing it'll probably happen. Now, the legislation passed the House and the Senate earlier last week. All right, so with that, we're going to close out another hour. Final hour ahead. Jump on in. Got a ways to go at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. A bipartisan border bill is failing to clear the Senate for a second time in months. The Senate voting 43-50 to tank the bill on Thursday, negotiated in the fall by Democrat and Republican senators. Senate Majority Leader from New York, Chuck Schumer, putting the bill on the floor for a vote after it was blocked in February by Republicans. Senator Schumer reacting to the news after his vote went down in flames.
Just like 3 months ago, Senate Republicans rejected the strongest and most comprehensive bipartisan border security bill Congress has seen in a whole generation.
Senate Republicans saying the bill did not do enough to secure the U.S.-Mexico border. Officials in Louisville, Kentucky are providing an update on the arrest of number one ranked golfer Scotty Scheffler at the PGA Championship at Valhalla Golf Club last week. Louisville Police Chief Jacqueline Gwynn Villaroel says the officer who approached Scheffler received corrective action for failing to use his body camera at the time of the arrest.
Detective Gillis did have an encounter, as we know, with Mr. Scotty Scheffler. Detective Gillis should have turned on his body-worn camera, but did not.
President Biden is hosting the President and First Lady of Kenya at the White House Thursday in an effort to strengthen the relationship between the two nations. President Biden saying that the two nations stand together in a time of global conflict.
Kenya and America are also standing united against the terror of ISIS and al-Shabaab perpetrate in East Africa, that they continue to perpetrate in East Africa. The aggression that Russia is inflicting on Ukraine, the violence that has toppled too many democracies across both our regions.
Biden also saying the two nations will work together on trade, health security, and the climate. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A one-time foe of former President Donald Trump is endorsing him for the November election. USA's Corey Myers has the details.
Nikki Haley has chosen her side. The former South Carolina governor and GOP presidential candidate said that she would vote for a president who supports freedom and capitalism, who supports our allies and will secure the border.
Trump has not been perfect on these policies. I've made that clear many, many times. But Biden has been a catastrophe. So I will be voting for Trump.
Haley said Trump would be wise to woo her supporters to him, not just assume they will vote for him.
Rutgers President Dr. Jonathan Holloway testified before the House Committee on Education and the Workforce about campus unrest and claims of anti-Semitism.
We condemn anti-Semitism in the strongest terms possible. We do so today. We did so long before October 7th, and we will always do so.
Holloway also defending his decision to negotiate with pro-Palestinian protesters who were camped on the school's property.
We made a choice. That choice was to engage our students through dialogue as a first option instead of police action.
The decision to negotiate with protesters has been criticized by some lawmakers who felt the move was anti-Semitic. At the closing bell on Thursday, the Dow lost 605 points to close at 39.65. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Kicking off that final hour here. Our final show as we roll into the Memorial Day weekend. We'll be back live Monday night into Tuesday morning. So just be aware. We put together a best of program for our Sunday night, Monday morning. Continuing to track strong storms, this line of storms, and prompting tornado warnings as it's been progressing. All the way, pretty much crossing from central Nebraska now into west central portions of Iowa. The latest tornado warning encompasses a number of counties in west central Iowa and east central Nebraska. What do we have? Pottawatomie County, Harrison County, Shelby, Burt County, that's on the Nebraska side. The others were Iowa. Washington County, that's east central Nebraska. This is the line that's been producing tornado warnings county after county. And this cell has been moving. I mean, it's flat out booking, moving east at 55 miles per hour. So a fast-moving line of storms. Meanwhile, who we got on board here? Let me flip back over to the email. Steve, I believe it is. Okay, let me get to Steve first here. Good morning. That's Columbus, Ohio. Friday, finally here. Looking forward to a nice, restful weekend. Hopefully the rain stays away and we can enjoy some nice weather. Question mark, right? The coffee's hot. The car's loaded. Time to head into town for one last route for the week. Everybody enjoy the day and the long weekend. Memorial Day is not about furniture sales and great deals on appliances or cars. People tend to lose sight of what the real meaning is. All gave some, and some gave all. Kind of resounding the sentiment of, was that horse feathers earlier? It says it's not about sales on everything. Then it was, I'm trying to recall, was it Grasshopper that had the issue with the mower? I got a listening friend out there, Scott, who says, Steve, I get engine repair for many years out of my garage as a side gig. There's two types of drives for that mower deck, either a manual lever that would tighten the belts and was purely mechanical, or what they call an electric clutch. I wasn't familiar with that. The caller sounds like he's having an issue with an electric clutch. If he merely has to switch a flip or a button to pull, he does indeed have an electric clutch. That requires a certain amount of voltage to keep it engaged. He's probably going to need a voltage regulator if he's lucky, or worse, a new stator. With the engine running, he needs to pull the positive terminal off the battery. And if it keeps running, everything's probably charging, but I have a suspicion that it'll stall when the cable's pulled off the battery. If it does keep running, he needs to put a voltmeter on it and make sure there's around 14 volts. Anything less than about 12.5, then it's out of the voltage regulator or the stator, or both, may need to be replaced. If you're still with us out there, Grasshopper, hopefully that'll help you out with your little dilemma there. There was an author, the author of the book entitled The Economic Collapse, Michael Snyder, who earlier this week stated, I never imagined we would ever see a time when it takes $177,000 plus for a family of four to live comfortably in the United States. Unfortunately, that day has arrived. Our leaders have been pursuing highly inflationary policies for many years. We have now reached a point where inflation is wildly out of control. In fact, the latest wholesale inflation figure that was released on Tuesday came in much higher than expected. Sadly, this is just the beginning. We are in far more trouble than most people realize. According to an incredibly shocking new study, most Americans do not make enough money to live comfortably. in this highly inflationary environment that we find ourselves in today. Recent study has revealed incomes needed for families to live comfortably across this country, and the stark contrast between the cost of living between states is startling. The study revealed in the most expensive state, families need nearly $300,000 to simply live comfortably. The least expensive state still requires about half that salary, still over $100,000. Meanwhile, the average annual salary in the U.S. is $59,428, $28.34 an hour as of May of this year. Study determined that Massachusetts is the most expensive state. It takes a whopping $301,000 for a family of four to live comfortably there. The least expensive state is Mississippi. In the Magnolia State, it takes $177,000 for a family of four to cover their expenses and maintain a satisfactory quality of life. This is our country now. I feel like I've been banging my head into a wall. For more than a decade, I've warned that this would happen, and now it's here. And more inflation is on the way. For Americans already contending with persistent, stubbornly high inflation, we just got more unwelcome news Tuesday. There are more price hikes likely coming down the pike. Wholesale inflation picked up in April to its highest rate in a year. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, in April, inflation at the wholesale level jumped 0.5% in just 1 month. Inflation at the wholesale level rose much more than expected in April, and the latest sign that price pressures within the economy remain elevated and difficult to tame. The Labor Department said that the Producer Price Index, which measures inflation at the wholesale level before it reaches the consumer, rose 0.5% in April. If you multiply that figure by 12 months, you get 6%. And of course, you need to approximately double any number that the Biden administration gives us to come up with a figure that's anywhere close to accurate. Yeah, by now, just about everybody realizes the rate of inflation in this country is massively understated. For example, Joe Biden insists that the rate of inflation has been low for quite some time, but home prices have risen by more than 47% since the start of this decade. Home prices have surged 47.1% since the start of 2020, easily outstripping the gains we've seen in recent decades. Let's be honest here. The truth is we're in the midst of a raging cost of living crisis with no end in sight, and this shouldn't surprise any of us. As politicians continue to borrow and spend trillions upon trillions of dollars, and all this borrowing and spending is extremely inflationary. An economic specter haunts America. It's almost one that many American politicians, Republican or Democrat, say a great deal about, but are reluctant to do anything about. The name of that shadow is the United States national debt, what the Treasury Department defines as the amount of money the federal government has borrowed to cover the outstanding balance of expenses incurred over time. If you go to the Treasury website, you'll see how just that big that debt is. Mid-May, $34.5 trillion. The pace of growth in that debt is also stunning. Approximately $1 trillion is being added to America's national debt every 100 days. Borrowing and spending another $1 trillion every 100 days is an utterly insane thing to do. We really are in the end game. Earlier this week, the Fed Chair Jerome Powell warned that interest rates may have to, he said, stay high for an extended period of time in order to fight inflation. He stated, quote, "It may take longer than expected for high interest rates to lower inflation." He gave no hint that a slowing labor market could mean earlier rate cuts. He stated we'll need to be patient and let restrictive policy do his work. It may take those high interest rates longer than expected to do its work and bring inflation down. So far, higher interest rates have not solved the cost of living crisis. That's because the politicians continue to spend money like drunk sailors. But higher rates are crushing the overall economy. Yesterday, I wrote about the restaurant apocalypse that's starting to sweep. Yes, last week it got even worse. 99 Red Lobster locations have been shut down, auctioned off. In a post Monday, Neil Sherman, the founder and CEO of TexX Brands, a liquidation firm, announced they were leading the closure of more than 50 locations, those restaurants' equipment being auctioned off. For the Red Lobster workers that just lost their jobs, that end came very suddenly. Even Walmart is closing stores and auctioning off inventory after announcing they would be shutting the doors for good. One Ohio Walmart auctioned off its remaining inventory, including flat-screen televisions, laptops, and furniture for a bargain. This was in Columbus, Ohio. They opted not to renew their lease in a once bustling strip plaza. Representatives announced the closure in February, claiming the store had failed to meet financial expectations. If interest rates stay high, we're going to see a lot more of this thing coming down the pike. But the Federal Reserve is very hesitant to cut rates at this point because of the cost of living crisis. Officials at the Fed are really caught in a deer-in-the-headlights moment right now. No matter which way they ultimately choose to go in the short term, more stagflation is ahead. In the long term, the exceedingly foolish policies that our leaders have been pursuing are going to result in a systemic collapse of absolutely epic proportions. Spending is out of control, indeed. Hello, Wheelchair Dave. Welcome back.
Well, thanks for taking me back there, Steve. Again, I wanted to say thank you to everybody. Big thanks out there to Vic. And I always like hearing from Vic and Daryl. Love hearing from Daryl. Miss Millie, she's always listening in. Scarecrow, ain't heard you yet, but Knucklebuster, you as well. Lone Ranger. Pappy, please have a safe patrol weekend. And speaking about this weekend, Rees Across America, I support Rees Across America. I really enjoy giving them money should they go out to different communities and put Rees on the gravestones. And it's important this weekend as well. Steve, did you get a chance, not to harp this, but did you actually get a chance to watch that little 10-minute video on that salute, that P-51 salute to Bud Anderson?
I did not get a chance to see that, no, but I still got it in the email, so I can pull it up.
You got to. Please do that. You're going to love it. It's unbelievable what happened. It's I don't know, just a real brief, what it looks like at Oshkosh in 2019, I'm going to say maybe 70 P-51s showed up in Oshkosh, and they all went down actually a taxiway off the airstrip, and they all saluted with their airplanes, and how they did that's kind of neat, Bud Anderson. So it was really cool. We'll never, ever see that many P-51 Mustangs in one gathering ever again. As a matter of fact, I think there's less than 200 of them in the world. It's a very, very unique plane. Now, you do have a chance there in Cincinnati at that War Museum there. in Cincinnati, they do have a P-51 that they put together, restored. I think it's called Miss Cincinnati, I believe. But you have a chance to go see that. Is Georgia Peach coming up?
No, it's just it's going to be her mama and her sisters Tina and Gail.
Okay, well,
no Georgia Peach this time around. My daughter earlier this week, Dave, my daughter got us tickets for the upcoming air show, which is less than a month away. They're in Dayton, and I think I had mentioned.
Oh wow! Already
they're doing.
Well, good. They're
doing that Tora thing, which the reenactment of Pearl Harbor, and those are P-51s, aren't they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll see. You'll see that Miss Cincinnati. She'll be there for that one. Yeah, no doubt about that.
This is actually the 50th anniversary of this show, so they've got it's supposed to be bigger and better than ever, and the ground displays they've got. I'm really looking forward to it. Let's just hope the weather holds off for us. But she was, again, as she did a few years ago, she was able to get tickets through her employer, who is, they're a government contractor. They're building components that go into the F-35 and the SpaceX program. So they've actually got the chalet with the air conditioning and the food, the food and the beer and everything's all covered. Then you've got your own little roped off area with seats outside that go right up to the front line where the runway is out there. It's top-notch seats.
Well, you're going to have a blast.
Yes.
Yeah, wish I was going with you guys. But, I just want prayers out to Spaceman, Long Ranger, and then I'm going to close out here with thank you so much for, what you do on that TAPS. I just love that. But also, hopefully we do get to watch some racing this weekend. The way you guys are talking, the rain's just going to be daggone it, getting in our way there. We may miss a lot of racing. And I'm looking forward to, I'm going to get off the phone, looking forward to Rambler's blessings, for the blessings for the weekend there, Steve-O.
All righty. Dave, great to hear from you.
Everybody have a great week.
You got it. Thank you so much. You know what? Now, tell you what, I'll share that version of TAPS on my Facebook page. I think he does the Facebook thing. I'm not sure, but I'll share that when I close out. It is a different version, but like I said, it gives me the chill bumps up and down the spine every time I hear it. Makes you just kind of sit silently, and that's what it's all about. Good morning, Eskimo Mom. Hey there.
Hi, Steve. Thanks for taking my call. And as for the Dayton Air Show, I may not go, but I get a free seat, or I get a free get a little bit of a free air show because our DC is only a mile away from the Dayton International Airport, and the Thunderbirds, Blue Angels, all of them just practice over our DC, and God forbid that one of them planes would come down over top of us. But the Dayton Air Show is really, really cool.
It is.
Even though I haven't been to it, I just get to watch the little remnants of when they do the practice, because most of the time I'm already in bed by the time they're actually doing it, and that's one thing. Secondly, about what the economy's doing, the politicians and people like that, they need to remember that truck drivers are the canaries in the birdcage. There's those of us who are running like crazy. We're few and far between right now, and usually it's only because we're usually shorthanded. But there's a lot of us we're just crossing our fingers and hoping and praying we have our loads every single night. And it's just until the government decides to get their heads out of their butt and start basically going to a balanced budget. Where it's like if they bring in $1 trillion,
yep,
all they can't spend is $1 trillion, and that's the only way we're going to get out of this mess. And it's going to be a lot. It's going to be painful, but we're getting down to the point that they're going to have to do something.
I mean, I think about the whole idea. The premise that if we had a balanced budget, if there were some magical way for them to get to where they don't spend anything more than they bring in. Even with that, you're still not putting a dent in $34.5 trillion they're in debt, and the interest on that alone is astounding.
Yeah, that's where they're going to have to budget. What they're going to have to do is they're going to have to budget how much the interest is on the debt, plus so much to cover for any fluctuations and changes, and also too maybe even budget a little bit more to cut into that principal. Because with any sort of debt, if you pay extra on the if you pay extra beyond what the interest payment is, that usually that interest that extra payment goes on towards the principal, and that eventually lowers the debt.
Sure.
And it's going to take some time.
Yeah, it takes some time, but I don't think there's any. I don't know where do you come up with enough money to do that? Unless maybe we all just work for nothing. Let's just all work for free and let the government have all that, right? Wow. What do we got here? A couple minutes. News break coming up. Looks like Scarecrow will be indeed checking in here. I think Sundance is on. I don't see Brother Rambler on the line yet. Would that be considered good news after we've seen grocery prices up 27% since the year 2020, outpacing the 22% rate of inflation in that amount of time? According to the Washington Post, stores are beginning to temper their prices. Target stores and Aldi recently announced they will cut prices on thousands of items. Walmart has announced a new food lineup featuring products under $5. Now, I don't shop Target. I don't shop Aldi. I hesitate to go into Walmart unless I absolutely have to. I do not grocery shop there. Target's touting they're cutting prices on 5,000 daily essential items: milk, produce, bread, coffee, diapers, pet food, which they say will collectively save millions of dollars for consumers this summer. This is some of the big-name retailers' profits have been hit as inflation-wary customers are shopping elsewhere. Retailers are taking note and trying to get back to growth. Now, there's a sense among consumers that they can shop more cheaply elsewhere. This partly explains why Target is investing more in more in value by reducing prices on some of their key items. Of course, I think they lost a lot of shoppers last year with the whole Pride Month fiasco, which, by the way, Pride Month is just around the corner, isn't it? Will we see a repeat performance?
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. A bipartisan border bill is failing to clear the Senate for a second time in months. The Senate voting 43-50 to tank the bill on Thursday, negotiated in the fall by Democrat and Republican senators. Senate Majority Leader from New York, Chuck Schumer, putting the bill on the floor for a vote after it was blocked in February by Republicans. Tornadoes tore through parts of the Midwest this week, destroying homes and businesses. Iowa Republican Governor Kim Reynolds speaking from Greenfield, Iowa, which was one of the hardest hit parts in her state.
And in Dare County alone, we had 153 major destroyed homes. Montgomery had 8, Polk County 26, Story County 15, for a total of 202. So, we've had a lot of destruction and damage across the state.
At least 5 people died in the storm and several others were hurt. Those numbers are expected to grow. This is USA News.
President Biden recently released a massive $6 trillion budget, the largest budget in U.S. history. And guess who pays the bill? That's right, you, the American taxpayer. American citizens and business owners will be paying more taxes. That's a fact. And if you owe back taxes, they will be coming after you to collect payments. In fact, President Biden also hired thousands more IRS agents to go after you. If you got a letter from the IRS and you know you owe back taxes or you haven't filed in years, don't put your head in the sand. Call us today. We've saved our customers millions of tax dollars. One quick, free phone call will show you how we can reduce your past tax bill and save you thousands. Guaranteed, or you pay nothing. Call now.
800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. That's 800-511-6046.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you so much as we roll into that final hour. Here it is on a Friday morning. Yes, Memorial Day weekend, and over the last 3 hours, there have been numerous tornado warnings coming in out of Nebraska and now continuing county after county on into west central Iowa. The latest one that had just come in was Guthrie County, Audubon County, Crawford and Carroll counties. Radar indicated, but as this cell has been for hours, moving northeast at 50 to 55 miles per hour. So we've had hours of a straight line wind event, regardless of whether this tornado has been dropping out of the clouds to the ground. We haven't had any confirmation. I haven't seen yet at this point, but I have a sneaky suspicion when the sun comes up, we'll be getting word of touchdowns along that line in some of these counties, and it's supposed to be another very active day for our Friday, and an active weekend as well. Meanwhile, 844-3388. Good morning, Scarecrow. Casual Friday.
Hey. And it is, man. And good pre-holiday weekend wishes to you and all the listeners out there in listener land. First off, Steve, I do have to shout out to Wheelchair Dave. Dave, if you have faith in my handling your contact information proper, shoot Steve an email or contact him and let him know he can pass it on to me there. I think I got a lot of interesting things that would catch your fancy there. Oh, Steve, I think when I get home, maybe wait till next week, but I'm going to pack my saddlebags and head to the Carolinas. You were just talking about cost of living. That must be a best-kept secret, Steve. When Gouger was on there earlier in the program, well, I wound up with a spray of coffee across my steering wheel and dash. He mentioned that he was out driving, earning a living. He had to get to work to earn a living. Steve, that man earns a living about 1 out of 10 days, 1 out of 15 days a month. And either his level of prosperity, or he's a low-key operator that he gets by on that income. So the cost of living down there must be just all but nothing. That or he's got a side hustle going. Now, my thoughts, it just come to me now when I was waiting here that, he's pulling in all them bullheads down there all the time. He's got to be doing something with them. Maybe he's on a market for the trash fish there, jumping into his boat all the time and such. But no, so yeah, that's obviously a well kept secret. So we'll, of course, now that that's hit the airwaves, why there's going to be a flood of migration to the Carolinas. So time will tell on that one. I totally had lost track of it being a holiday weekend. Just working, activities around the house, everything had just kind of snowballed recently for us. But and it was when Captain Ron, he made note of 3-day weekend here. It was about just a few minutes after that, I coincidentally got a text message from our South Korean connection there. They had just settled into the seats on that bullet train there, heading north. North for an extended weekend. It's funny. It's usually about an hour and a half trip by car. Steve, that train ride will take them 18 minutes. And it's funny, the crew was already apologizing all over the place that they were running a minute behind schedule. So maybe Amtrak could take a few cues from South Korea there. Yeah, what else was there? Oh, shoot. Oh, no, here it happened. Here we're back on track here now. It goes without saying, Steve, that NASCAR is still hot on everybody's mind. I mean, how many times has there been comments on that, tonight now? Mm-hmm. And it seems like, and a lot of the listeners out here were NASCAR fans at one time, but they've lost interest. Well, like myself, NASCAR shot themselves in the foot. But what happened now with that feud that's taken place? It's drumming up interest. As somebody else mentioned that earlier. Look at the free PR that NASCAR is getting out of this. So that fine, maybe it'll slip back in the other direction through somebody's back pocket or such. But no, NASCAR so has lost it, Steve, in trying to refine the sport. They so want to be like, it seems like they want to be like the Indy League and Formula One and the Teetotalers and the Champagne Group. Well, no, that's not where NASCAR came from. That's not what the tried and true spectators want. And myself, I just love the days where, granted, safety has forced full face helmets and such, but you can see the image, Steve, that after the race, the guys, they climb out of the car, they peeling the helmet off, and their face is all grime except where the goggles are covered, dirt and grime, and they're got a rag, they're wiping the smudge off and the sweat, and that's NASCAR. That's racing, and they run equipment that you could identify with. You knew what brand it was just by looking at it. That this business about the cookie cutter cars with different colored decals and airbrushing on, that's a crock. I mean, they might as well just be running IROC as far as that goes. We see remember how successful that was. Mm-hmm. But yeah, they'll never admit they've made a mistake and the route they've taken it, NASCAR, that is, and they'll continue to try and feather things and, tweak them here and there and such, but no, until they free the teams up again to experiment and operate on their, maybe in the gray area without being hung out to dry, from the gallows. And there too, when they started doing the tech with micrometers and computers and taking clearances out to about 4 digits to the right of the decimal point, that they've done it to themselves, and they have nobody to blame but themselves. But regardless, I think, Steve, I may try to bring some of the racing up this weekend, and other than that, it does have me wondering if possibly Richard Childress might be listening to Overnight Drive once in a while and giving it sound like he wants to whoop a little ass.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, man. Well, I'll leave the airwaves free for a couple more calls there, the way it looks, Steve. So you do the weekend up proper, and we'll compare notes next week there. Have a pleasant holiday weekend, everybody. Thanks for having me on board.
You got it, Scarecrow. Thank you much. You do the same. Enjoy your weekend. Be safe out there, reaching your destination. Knucklebuster chimes in. That's why we haven't heard his voice. Steve, have a blessed Memorial Day weekend. I'm in bed with Tennessee. I got to be quiet or I'll get my ass whooped. I told her to come on, baby, spank me. Prayers for all the families who lost a loved one. Yeah, giving the ultimate sacrifice for our freedoms. Semper Fi, always faithful. Pharaoh's Ferio, fierce with the fierce. From Knucklebuster this morning. All right. So I guess he got to kick off his holiday weekend a tad bit early this time around. Sundance Kid on a casual Friday. What's happening?
Oh, not much. You working Monday night, Tuesday morning?
That's correct.
Yeah, all right. Gotcha. All right, well, I'll be nice today. I've been sitting back. And I was off on Reagan's deficit when he left office, but he did triple it from when he got out. Do we agree on that?
I don't know if it was triple or not.
It went from
I shared the percentages. It was up 100 and something percent. Yeah, right.
Right. Yeah, but it wasn't. But see, we were just so hell-bent on that I was wrong on the numbers that we didn't even care that the deficit tripled in the 8 years. From the beginning of our country, it tripled. Because we went from less than $1 trillion to over $2 trillion. I get you. I understand y'all. And I get it. That's where we are in this country. And I'll tell you this right now for your Memorial Day. Ain't nobody in the military give a damn about saving your rights and serving this country. They didn't give a damn. And I know from personal experience with my CC in boot camp, Ask every single one of us, 88 of us, while we were there, not one of them said to serve your country. So stop with the bull.
Well, what were you there for then? What were you there for then? Because that's a pretty sick statement to make. No.
Okay, I'll tell you what.
No. Don't say that kind of crap as we head into a Memorial Day weekend. People that gave their life.
No, I'm telling you the truth. You can't handle the truth.
Where?
I'm telling you.
Why were you
88 of us, we were there. Every one of them, I'll tell you why. They said, I'm here for the education. I'm here to stay out of jail. I'm here to feed my family. I'm here for everything selfish what this country is.
Okay, well, good for you, Sundance. Good for you being nice, because that nice doesn't work with me. You, my friend, like everything else, are kind of off in the mind, demented. Some people can join the military to get an education. For those who can't afford, maybe for their parents to give them a student loan. Don't try to put that bullcrap off that all these men and women that have served this country weren't there to defend this country. You sick son of a bitch. My son joined the military. You know why he joined the military? Not for an education. To defend this country. He and thousands of others who were young men when this country was attacked on September 11 of 2001. It impacted them. They had an enemy that attacked us in our country. He joined the military to fight the enemies of this country and to protect his and his father's and his grandfather's freedoms. I hope your Memorial Day weekend sucks, Sundance. That's all I have to say to you. You're a warped individual. You do not understand the reality of life. You don't know what it means to actually defend and believe in the United States of America. That's what you just spelled out to me.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, not a lot of time left. Try to get back on track. Freebase and lisinopril. Stuff you can't make this stuff up. Sadly, he's not the only one like it. There are thousands, if not millions, of ignorant ass people in this country, and they hold the same sway on election day. I get one vote, he gets one vote, so that's how sad it is. But yes, Anonymous Hippopotamus. It's supposed to have been a casual Friday, wasn't it?
Yeah, something like that. But thank you for taking me back, Your Honor, and thank you for saying probably what all the rest of us out here wanted to say. So thank you. But yeah, I don't know. As you say, there's people out here that just don't understand what it's about, and if you went into the military and you came out with that belief, then you certainly didn't get out of it what you should have.
Yeah, well,
so,
yeah, like Miss Millie just, she said he pretty much just spit on everyone that actually joined the military to serve this country and defend the freedoms that we have. That's pretty much what he did.
And not only that, for the high number of ones that have lost their lives in the process of doing that, whether it was in a conflict or even just in training. I mean, we lose service members every day out there just learning how to do their job and getting their skills better at doing their job. Yeah. So anyways, but yeah. So where were we going to go with this? That's kind of so. There was one thing I was going to say, and I can't remember now because it got a little. But anyways, I don't know if anybody noticed or not, but here in Maryland, we seem to have had a price jump on fuel on Wednesday. Gasoline prices went up like 20 cents a gallon. Diesel prices went up like 30 cents a gallon. I don't know if anybody else had noticed that, and now that you were saying that oil prices were supposed to be down a little bit with the putting fuel back in the strategic oil reserve, and I was just kind of surprised by seeing the fuel price in the fuel jump up like it did. But anyways,
I don't know. You might have missed the headline that earlier this week the administration announced you've got like a 1 million barrel strategic Northeast reserve. Did you hear that they're shutting that down? They're selling that 1 million barrels and eliminating your Northeast oil reserve.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Well, that's Mom had said something about that, and she didn't fully explain what it was, but okay, yeah, no, I didn't realize there was such a thing.
For some reason, this administration thinks it's too expensive to keep oil in storage or gas, a refined product in storage up there. So, yeah, we're going to sell it off. Did that have any impact on prices there? I don't know. Quickly, yes, Monkey Gouger.
Well, Mr. Sundance, I got something to tell you. You about a brain-dead son of a bitch. Anybody to sit there and make that comment after all the young men and women that joined the military 2001 to go fight for the freedom of this country, Pat Tillman give up an NFL career to go fight and was killed. For him to sit there and say something, he just disgraced my whole family. Steve, me and you both, our children was in the armed services when this was going on, come out and become peace officers, still trying to protect America from that. And for him to sit there and say that, I believe that joker, he does that just to see how much he can get our blood pressure up at night so he can sit back and laugh at us. I'm running around in their head rent-free.
I think
I'll tell you one thing, man.
I think you're correct there, Gouger. Hey, I didn't have a whole lot of time left, so we have to close it out there. I did want to finish off in honor and remembrance of those who have paid the ultimate price. I wanted to close out our Memorial Day program and have an enjoyable weekend. We'll see you back Monday night into Tuesday morning.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but